check. Oh, good morning. Happy Monday, everybody. Sorry for the late start. I had a package arriving today that I had to sign for. It was supposed to be here later today, and it showed up right as I started. So I apologize for the long, slow start. I missed you all terribly. Welcome back, wherever you are, however you may be listening. Thanks for making us part of your day. Couldn't be happier to be here. I did not get a pop-up chat for TikTok. There we go. Let me pull up the TikTok chat here. Welcome back, TikTok. I understand. I haven't read through them. I've seen a whole bunch of stuff about TikTok changing their terms of service and certain things that you're not allowed to say. I don't know. I don't know how accurate those are, but I did hear a rumor that we are not going to be able to say things about religion, which, if anybody watches this show, you know will be a difficult thing for me. I don't know if I'm going to be capable of that, so we'll see. Let me adjust the size of my window here so I can pull up the outline, and then we'll get started. Holy smokes! Come on. You guys ever have this problem when you're trying to go to the corner of the box to extend it, and it doesn't give you the? There we go. It doesn't give you the adjuster tool for the corner of the box. That's what we got going on right now. All right, do I have that? Should be good. Let me put this. Sorry, I was woefully underprepared for the start of this show today. Give me a second. There. Almost. I hope this is thrilling for you, for you guys. You can't see my screen. I'm so sorry. What the shit? Come on. We're almost there. Somebody clip this. This is unbelievable content. It couldn't get much better than this. All right, let's make sure I got Jen's comments pulled up now. All right, Jen, are you here? Oh shit, we may have a problem with Discord too. Let me double check and make sure Oh, should be good. Oh, you're here. I see you. Hey, Jen.
Hey.
Happy Monday.
Happy Monday.
I didn't hear from you all weekend. Must have been.
I know.
Must have been a nice weekend for you.
It was quiet. No, actually not true. That's not true.
It wasn't quiet. Do you want to tell us about your weekend?
My spawn had her first, they call it a jamboree, like the first day that they go, and like they do scrimmages with the game and they have to cheer and crap. And so I was out in the sun all day on Saturday, and if people haven't seen what I look like, I'm pasty as shit.
Some would say clear.
Yeah. Casper and I probably are siblings. So I got fried in my shoulders. Might as well have just been sitting in a metal box. And I wore sunscreen, so that's fun.
It's funny for me to imagine you watching a cheer competition, and then it's even funnier to remember that you were a cheerleader. Like all this pep in your step, and you were a cheerleader.
Yeah. Fun fact for everybody who doesn't know a little bit of the backstory. Last year was my spawn's first year doing cheer, and I told Jay that she wanted to do that, and he's like, "How much do you hate this?" And he said, and I said, I actually don't, because I did cheer. And he's like, "Shut up. No way."
That's shocking to me. Some people in the chat, Last Cranberry wants you to know that they prefer the term radiant or blinding rather than what you're using for your whiteness.
Whatever. My shoulders were fried. Like, they're just red as shit. So, I guess that makes sense too. So,
well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah. I survived, but yeah, just tried. Yeah. So yeah, that was my weekend.
All right. Well, I didn't do shit this weekend. Good to see everybody. Jen will remind you throughout the show that we are crowdfunded. Up in the top corner, you'll see our how do we say this TikTok friendly? Our
I honestly, people keep saying it. I don't believe that that's what takes it down.
All right, fair enough.
It's just
We do have a gift goal that we rely on to keep this show going, and also paid subscriptions. I did see we hit 16,000 subscribers last week. We'll hit 17 this week, despite some criticisms from a few people on Twitter. We keep growing, and we're not paying for that growth. So, but you guys are, and I appreciate it. Bree want to know the hat is cream colored. To settle that bet, is a cream colored hat. I tried as close as I could to match it with my hoodie, and didn't get it quite perfect. But for me, this is actually pretty close. I want to jump in first. Right as I was going live, I didn't even add this. Zelenskyy is meeting with European leaders this morning first at I want to say shit, did that not save? I want to say it was at maybe the Ukrainian embassy, but it may not have been the Ukrainian embassy. Let me see. He's meeting with European leaders first, and then he'll meet with Trump. There we go. I've just added it. Let's see if this works now. And right on cue, the psycho Republicans are just going to blame or go after Zelenskyy. I tweeted out earlier this weekend that we after that meeting with Putin, they were setting this up to have the Republicans side with Putin again. For a bunch of people who like claimed that you weren't pro Putin and you do it all the time, it's weird how often you wind up siding with Vladimir Putin. Let me find this from Alina or what is it? Anna Paulina Luna. I keep wanting to say Alina Haba. Both not good lawyers. I don't know. I don't think Anna Paulina Luna is. Are you serious? Am I blocked by? Am I blocked by Anna Paulina Luna? Hold on. Hold on. Is that why this won't save? Well, I might be blocked by Anna Paulina Luna. What did I do? How did I do that? Does anybody know? Okay, that might have been a fake account. All right, that's better. Where is it? Oh, maybe she just took it down. Check one more spot here. All right, well that's good. Maybe she took it down already. They were already criticizing Zelenskyy for not wearing a suit because he wears the same attire every single day, and we're gonna do like the "you don't respect us" thing. I have this sneaking suspicion that we won't use troops to roll out a red carpet for Zelenskyy. I bet there won't be like a big podium. I bet Zelenskyy won't get a ride in the super cool limo. I don't think that we will treat Zelenskyy the same way that we treated Putin, which is pathetic. It would be alarming if it wasn't entirely predictable. Donald Trump worships Vladimir Putin. He's in awe of Vladimir Putin. He's clearly intimidated by Vladimir Putin. And now we're in a situation here as Americans where if we want to side with humanity, we once again find ourselves siding with NATO and the European countries in saying that like maybe we don't just let Putin do whatever the fuck he wants. It's going to be an interesting day. See what they come up with. It looks like Europe is going to hold the line and say that we shouldn't be ceding any deep throating by Putin. I have it on good authority that you don't really have to deep throat for Putin. He's 5'2". Also said Jen must be amazing at faking it if this is cheer. I don't think Jen would fake it. I think Jen would just demean the other person. Blame them. Tony said, saw you liked a few of my tweets yesterday. Oh, that's right. You're the West Virginia one. Tony, you were on a rampage yesterday. I saw that. Also, a reminder that anybody who would like to discuss anything that I cover today, if you're in opposition to anything I cover today, if you look at the Venmo username there, this is specifically to whoever that was, Jack-O-Lantern there on TikTok. I'm using, because we're streaming to multiple places, I use Streamlabs, so I can't use the function on TikTok where I can just bring you up as a guest. But if you look at that Venmo username, that's also the username of Jen on Discord. You can add her as a friend on Discord. We can bring you up that way. So if you'd like to come up and discuss anything we're talking about today, if you're in opposition, you are welcome to do so. You just need to message Jen, JENNDUBB1 at Discord, and she will gladly bring you up. Good morning, Admir. Good to see you, man. It's been a while. I hope you're still shouting at Republicans every day on the internet. And the last 3 times I saw you, I think you were telling somebody, fuck your mom. So it was a good start. All right, let's jump right into the news today. Some of this is from last week, but I wanted to cover it because we didn't get to it on Friday. This was Judge Ho, part of the Judge Ho's decision on saying on the Trump administration showing up at immigration courts. This was part of the ruling there. Mr. Lopez Benitez appears to be far from alone. His counsel assert that his treatment is part of a nationwide campaign as set forth in a nice internal memo that has been described in various media reports, which suggests that millions could be swept up in the same way. For their part, respondents cannot confirm or deny the existence of such a new policy, yet they appear to maintain they must categorically detain all undocumented immigrants who they believe have entered the United States unlawfully, no matter how long they have been residing in the country since. In practice, respondents seem to be detaining some arbitrary portion of such individuals as they leave their regularly scheduled immigration court proceedings. But treating attendance in immigration court as a game of detention roulette is not consistent with the constitutional guarantee of due process. This administration loves loopholes, and they love finding ways around the law. For anybody who said that these mass deportations were simply just about people who were lawbreakers and they must keep the law, it's just hard every day to hear you folks tell us that this is about law and order. It's about immigration law. When you have people showing up to immigration court, following through on the process, that oftentimes they've come here seeking asylum, and then this administration just ripped away their asylum claim. So even though they came here on with a legal claim, and they've been waiting years sometimes to hear their asylum or to have the courts hear their asylum claim, they're showing up for asylum claims, and then on their way out, without a ruling, they just get deported. So this is once more another example of Republicans cheerleading authoritarianism and ignoring the rule of law. If you don't like our asylum process, that's fine. I don't particularly like it either. But what you're advocating for, MAGA and Republicans, is that we just start ignoring laws and that we rule by executive order. And that's a bizarre thing to say for a bunch of people who claim to not like authoritarianism, who claim to like small government, who claim to love the Constitution. You're finding loopholes in any instance to side with you, to side with your ideology, and you don't particularly care if it's done legislatively. You can see this with immigration courts. You can see this with deportations. You can see it with Texas. Even just the alarming difference between how Texas is changing their redistricting in California. In Texas, they got a phone call and they said, "Fuck it, let's do it," and they drew a new map. And in California, they said, "Look, we've got to put this up to a vote for the people." In California, we're doing this democratically. We're going to allow the people to vote whether or not we're going to change our laws to counter what Texas is doing. And in Texas, all these big, bad, proud, red-blooded, freedom-loving Americans are like, "Tell me what to do, Daddy Texas. We're not really interested in having our voices heard. Why don't you just tell us what to do?" And by the way, make sure that you're actually doing what Trump tells you to do, because that is our daddy. We have to undo your horrific societal imposition. Shut up. Shut up. You guys speak. It's in the craziest terms. Societal imposition? What's that mean? By the way, is there anything in our Constitution that guards against a societal imposition? You're saying exactly what I just said. You don't care about the Constitution. You don't care about law. You just want your ideology and your ideas to be forced upon the American people. And since you can't win this legislatively, you can't pass bills that do this. You're just cool with an authoritarian. You're just cool with this 80-year-old dipshit ruling by executive order. And what is it getting you, by the way? This societal imposition that we've pushed on you. I don't know what that is. But materially, what has changed in your life? Nothing. It's just that the things that you're most cruel about, the things that you're most bigoted about, now are being reflected by our nation's government. And that's it. But like, just your everyday life is unaffected by this. We are now view restricted on TikTok. That was quick. So make sure you guys are liking the live. This will be, it's not eligible for recommendation or in search results because it violates the fake engagement policy. All right. However, you guys are engaging, but everybody that's commenting on TikTok right now, you guys are engaging in fake ways. So just so you know. All right. Moving on. I'm gonna go here. I just wanted to play this video. Completely unreported. We legitimately had an attack on our government, like a violent attack on our government on the CDC. We have like the current attack on the CDC perpetuated by absolute kooks like Dr. Malone and RFK Jr., who are just trying to, for some reason, make diseases spread more rapidly in America. But we had somebody who is associated with the right and somebody who's heavily influenced by the right and the anti-science movement by the right go attack our CDC, and it went almost completely unreported.
And that's where we begin on 11 Alive News at 4. Tonight, we are learning new information about the Kennesaw man accused of firing more than 500 bullets towards the Centers for Disease Control and killing DeKalb County police officer David Rose.
That's right. So the Georgia Bureau of Investigation shared some of what they've uncovered from Grace King joining us live from the CDC. So, Grace, you did hear directly from the GBI and FBI this morning. There's a lot of speculation about the motive here. What are they saying about a possible motive?
Well, the GBI says it found writings inside the suspect's home that shared his discontent for the COVID-19 vaccine, but did not make any threats of violence. They're trying to work out to see what changed between Friday and, of course, that attack.
On Tuesday, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation releasing this photo of Patrick Joseph White, a 30-year-old from Kennesaw who they say fired hundreds of shots at the Centers for Disease Control, killing DeKalb County officer David Rose.
His sacrifice will never be forgotten, and his...
It will. It was never really covered. It's already forgotten. This reminds me of like the Pizzagate shit, and the lack of accountability from conservatives is astonishing. You guys take these crazy positions, these anti-scientific positions, and then when you're unable to convince people of your positions because you lack data and you lack a sound argument, you get upset, and then you start accusing the government of a cover-up. This is just like Pizzagate. You went in there to attack people based on shit that you don't understand, and then Republicans are not only are they quiet about it, but they're not going to change their ways. Is this going to change any of the way that they present information about the CDC? I mean, I bet I lived through COVID. And then we lived in the debate stage, for me, mostly post-COVID. And the stuff that they said about the CDC, the stuff that they said about Dr. Fauci, and how it was like some government attempt to, for some reason, like get us all sick or just get Trump unelected, to have Trump lose the election. Like none of it ever made any sense. But because it's like the MAGA era, it doesn't really matter what lie you've perpetuated. The most important thing is that at no point do you ever backtrack on that. Even when it's proven time and time again that what you're saying isn't true, it's very important never to backtrack on that. That's why this isn't covered. That's 100% why this isn't covered. Is because the problem with this situation is the belief that this man held is not that dissimilar to the MAGA base. And so if it's leading somebody to violence, what are you going to do if you're Fox News or your OAN or your Newsmax and you cover this? You're going to have to cover this in a way where you're like, look, I don't like the violence, but these CDC, and they really are just they all have Trump derangement syndrome, and that's why they put out this science, because they hate Trump. You can't really cover it from the right, because in order to cover it from the right, you have to talk about what this man did, and that's going to look very similar to the shit you guys say on the news every single day.
Commitment to protecting others is a profound testament to the very best of the law enforcement profession.
White then died by suicide, special agents say. They found 5 different firearms in his possession.
It was a mixture, I believe, of, rifles, a shotgun, and maybe a handgun. I'm not completely sure on that. The majority, I believe, of the shell casings recovered were from a long gun rifle.
GBI Director Chris Hosey says all of those weapons were registered to White's father.
All indications in our investigation was that they were secured and that he forced his way into the safe that contained the weapons.
Records and 911 calls obtained by 11 Alive show at least 10 911 calls to the White home in the last 2 years, including suicide threats and domestic disturbances. But nothing uncovered so far suggests he'd harm others.
I would describe it as more of a public awareness. There was no direct threat.
Yeah, every time it's this person was troubled, and yet they still have access to weapons. And it's, again, not covered on the right, probably for that reason, too. We have gun violence, which they don't want to cover unless it's somebody on the left. And then they have a position that most of the MAGA base hold, which is who's paying the bills over OAN and Newsmax and Fox News. And they can't really cover this honestly. That's the state that we're at. You saw that when Dominion sued Fox News. You saw in their emails over and over again this issue that Fox News hosts were running into. They were saying things like, look, I know Sidney Powell's crazy. I know Rudy Giuliani's crazy. I know that the election wasn't stolen. I know that they have no evidence of any of this. But if we don't say it, our viewers will go somewhere else. So now they're curating the news specifically for where their viewers will go. Like, yeah, if we tell you guys the truth, you're out of here. You're going to go to some other place where you can be lied to. So what's our options? We can either tell the truth and lose viewers, or we can continue to lie to them and they'll stick around. And ultimately, like every movement on the right, it's always money. They love to talk about, like, we love America, we love Jesus, we love culture, whatever it is. The reality is it's always money. I've spent a lot of time this weekend talking to some friends that, again, like I've talked about this group of friends all the time in the middle. And I had a conversation right before the live started with somebody that, ironically, what Republicans complain about the most, they never want to address the real issue. You want to talk about not being able to afford things. You want to talk about inflation. You want to talk about housing prices. You want to talk about college. You want to talk about news organizations who don't tell the truth. There's hardly a single thing that you guys complain about where you have the right solution. The right solution is to strip away power from rich people. Not necessarily just money, power, right? And you take that away by making sure that their money can't access power. But you never want to do that. You just want to blame Democrats for some reason. You want to blame socialism. And if you were a rich person in this country, say you were a billionaire and you wanted to keep all your money and you had the ability to influence opinions, what would you do when you're sitting on your hordes of money? And you have workers that aren't sharing in the profits, and you have people that work for you that have to get a second and third job, or they can't access their health benefits because it's too expensive for them. Now, you could be honest and say, you know what, I've got so much money I could share it. You could be honest and say, like, my fiduciary responsibility is to the shareholders, and that's it. Like, I'm here because of the shareholders. You look at these executives from all of these companies. They all somewhere along the line. I don't remember when we changed this. I believe it was sometime in the 80s. But basically, what we did is we took CEOs of companies who historically, like, they were, people in these companies had voting rights. They got to vote in the direction of the company, and so the CEO was beholden to them. He was beholden to the company's profitability, but also to the people who worked in the company. And now these CEOs are beholden to nobody but the investors. And then the investors are all like the same kind of the same people. It's Vanguard, it's BlackRock. They all invest in each other too. So you have each of these private equity companies that are basically controlling every major corporation. When you have a 5% stake in a major corporation, your voice is outsized. And they'll tell you, the American people, they're like, hey, look, we're not the rich. We're Vanguard. We're BlackRock. We're not the rich folks. We're just the ones that are investing your money. But even if they're investing your money, there is no protection for the workers of these companies. And these same billionaires then go in and they lobby the government And they lobby the government to strip away the people's right to collectively bargain. They propose like right to work states. They propose a union busting, and they say it and they tell you this is about freedom. And they point to union leaders and they say, look at these union leaders. They're not doing everything that you want them to do. They're not beholden to you individually. You should have individual rights. And you're like, that's a good point. I should have individual rights, so I won't support the union. And then you work for a company where you have zero rights. With a union, you can fire a union boss. If enough of you are unhappy with the union boss, that union boss is still beholden to the group as a collective. What they're not beholden to is a group of shadow investors. But the corporation you work for is beholden to a group of shadow investors. And every single time a CEO, who, by the way, then these investors, they say to the CEO, they're like, we're going to tie your pay to the stock price. That's what we're going to do. We're going to tie your pay to profitability. So at the end of the year, the CEO is looking at, we've got profitability problems. How can I immediately fix profitability problems? The first thing you do, and every one of them does, is they cut worker pay. They either fire people or they cut pay or they cut benefits. And then that affects their bottom line. So ironically, when you work for one of these massive corporations, the CEO of your corporation, when push comes to shove, they will cut you before they will cut their own bonus. Their bonus is tied to profitability. And even if it hurts, even if it hurts their production short term, they may rehire you down the road. But we have a completely rigged economy where a handful of people control all of these corporations, and then they control the CEOs at the corporations. And then all these people collectively also use their money to lobby the government. And then the government comes out and tells you how important these corporations are. And we have a bunch of red staters, largely, who talk about freedom, and they've become anti-union because they're like, I need my individual freedom. I need my individual position or freedom to be able to negotiate pay. When was the last time anybody who works at a giant corporation was able to negotiate their pay? Doesn't happen, right? It's like tiered. You're here for 6 months, you hit these metrics, here's your pay. You're here for 2 years, you hit these metrics, here's your pay. You don't get to go negotiate that pay. And if it doesn't keep up with inflation, But your CEO's pay rises way past inflation. They're not rising at 2 and 3% a year. They're rising at 10, 15% a year. And I think that's like somehow we're going to have to figure out that messaging. I think we're at a place in America, though, right now where it is out of hand. There's not really a good argument anymore for conservative fiscal policy. There's no good argument at this point anymore for like we should cut taxes for rich people some more. We should cut unions. We should advocate more that unions be stripped of their rights to collectively bargain. Just a bizarre world that we live in right now, where one side of the aisle is arguing for everybody, and then the right side of the aisle is just arguing for the people who are hoarding all the money and not for their own selves. I think Ivory sent this to me a little bit before we got started. I wanted to show this. I was unaware of this. This is a feminist lawyer, a TikTok creator, posted this. I don't know if it was this morning. Here's some information I was unaware of, and maybe will be new to you as well.
State Department is officially no longer reporting on women's human rights violations.
Oh, sorry. Let me get these comments real quick. D. Freezy said, kind of like how 2 Democratic lawmakers in Minnesota got assassinated by a right-wing lunatic just a couple months ago and has already been memory hold after the right's failed attempt to blame the left. Yeah. No, Trump didn't show up. No, didn't go to a funeral. Not a peep. Just ignored it. Sully said Jen's guilt trip. Kristen Lee said new band name, Societal Imposition. Thanks, Marianne, for the super chat as well.
Across the world, and it is a signal as to what is to come in terms of women's rights on U.S. soil. These are the State Department human rights reports. They have been being published since the 70s. You can go on the State Department website, you can pick any country you want, and you can look at an overview of their human rights practices in the last year. Historically, there's been a section on women that may, among other things, talk about domestic and sexual violence, femicide, child brides, sex trafficking, reproductive rights violations, all types of gendered human rights violations that typically happen to women for being women. That section doesn't exist anymore. The Trump administration cut it, and at the outset, it is the Trump administration demonstrating that it does not view women's rights.
Do we see a pattern here yet? Anything that's uncomfortable for the administration or anything they want to accomplish in secret, they just stop letting you see it. They keep telling you that they're transparent, but they're not. This is now the fifth or sixth report we've covered in the last 2 weeks where the Trump administration is just saying, we're not going to show you this anymore. Whether you agree with this or not, whether you're MAGA or not, what I cannot figure out is why you think that this administration hiding stuff from us all the time is the way to go. If everything was going as well as you claim it is, you're all saying Trump is the greatest president ever. Why do they have to hide so much shit? Why do they have to hide the jobs numbers from us now? Why do they have to hide drone strikes? Why are they removing mentions of LGBTQ people or civil rights activists from our history books? Or not from our history books, excuse me, from our government web pages. Why are they removing all this stuff? Why does this all need to be hidden in a transparent administration?
As human rights, right? Because if so, gendered violence and human rights violations against women would make it in the human rights reports. It's also a signal of what's to come for women's rights in the US, okay? I've been writing about this since 2020. So this is an article that I wrote in 2020 when the Trump administration cut the section on reproductive rights violations.
It's pretty crazy that we're talking about like it could look what could happen to women's rights. There's a 9-year-old, I think in Alabama, being forced to carry a child to term. A 9-year-old. It's not even that alarming anymore. It's like it's almost passed by news. Like we're so used to this that it's not even that alarming anymore. It's crazy that I appreciate what she's doing here, but it's crazy how we're like, look how bad things could get. It's pretty fucking bad if you're a woman. Especially if you're a woman in a red state. It's already pretty fucking bad. And yet now here we are like, it's probably going to get worse.
And I was predicting that it was doing so because it intended to.
Imagine saying, I love lib tears after we point out a 9-year-old girl is carrying a child to term, being forced to carry a child to term. Imagine being a human being who hears that and goes, I love lib tears. Lib tears. Yeah, we're going to cry about that. We're going to be upset about that, like legitimately cry about that. Not even hypothetically. We're actually going to cry about that. That's fucking disgusting. It's fucking evil. A 9-year-old is being forced to be a parent. That 9-year-old can't consent. That 9-year-old was raped, cannot consent. Alabama forcing a 9-year-old's life to essentially be over. Forget even just the medical danger that child is in. And you go, I love lib tears. You've run out of shit to say. I don't know if you believe that or not. When you say that, I don't know if that's your belief or not. Or if you just legitimately can't figure out a way to combat what we're saying right now. If you can't figure out an argument against it, so you just generically go to lib tears and Trump derangement syndrome. I hope to God that's what it is. I hope to God that you are not that sick of a person. But if you are that sick of a person, go fuck yourself, first of all. And if you're not that sick of a person, maybe listen. Maybe calling out lib tears when we're talking about the abuse of children. Maybe that's not the right time for that.
Commit those human rights violations on U.S. soil. So countries don't typically like to call out other countries' human rights violations when it is either doing or intends to do the exact same thing to its own citizens, right? So for example, they stopped reporting on nations that were imprisoning women for having miscarriages, claiming that they had abortions, and I predicted that it was because the U.S. was intending to do that to its own citizens. I believe that the same thing is happening now. There are catastrophic efforts to take away women's rights in the U.S. Women in the U.S. no longer have control over their futures and their reproduction. Just last week, the U.S. Secretary of Defense endorsed an extremist group calling for an end to women's right to vote. I am not surprised that they are now no longer reporting on women's human rights violations because they do not want to condemn other nations for what they intend to do here.
They do not care about women. Women are nothing more than receptacles to this current version of conservatives. Frankie said Russia has mail-in voting. Looks like he was lying about what Putin said. Russia has mail-in voting. Looks like he was lying about what Putin said. It was in there twice. I'll get to that here in a minute. Amy said, I hate repeating this, but 70% of those on government assistance work full-time. Who do they work for? Those getting huge tax breaks and making record profits. Tax. All right, I want to get into Trump meeting with Putin. That happened Friday as we were ending, so we haven't covered any of that. First, I want to say, like, Trump said this before he met with Putin. Brett Baer from Fox News got an exclusive interview with Trump on Air Force One on the way to Alaska, and here's what he had to say about his plans if Putin didn't agree to a ceasefire.
Going for a meeting with President Putin in Alaska. And I think it's going to work out very well. And if it doesn't, I'm going to head back home real fast.
I mean, if it doesn't, you walk.
I would walk there.
Well, that's what we're about to watch. Special report anchor and executive editor Brett.
And then just further clarifying what he meant by he would walk. I believe it's this clip. Let me make sure I got the right one. Might be the same one. Oh, no, it's the same one. Yeah, he was talking about a ceasefire. I wondered if I had put on the same clip twice. So Trump saying at first, like, I'm gonna leave early if there's not a ceasefire. I think you could argue maybe that's what he did. I'm not sure. There clearly isn't a ceasefire. Then Marco Rubio jumps on Meet the Press, this, I think, which is a Sunday show, and is interviewed on Meet the Press. He also goes to Fox News. I'll cover some of that. Marco Rubio is Secretary of State who was on that trip, then goes on to try and defend what was obvious, like, to anybody. And I think even you Republicans are going to agree to this. It's obvious that Putin used Trump there. It's obvious that Putin came there not expecting to agree to a ceasefire, but to influence Trump. I'm not sure what he wanted to influence Trump for. I don't know why he wanted to influence Trump. We'll probably never know because we're not going to get a record of that meeting. And you'll notice that these folks, Marco Rubio, Trump, Hegseth, they didn't surround Putin in an Oval Office meeting and go after him in front of the press. They didn't ask him to be thankful. They didn't talk about what he was wearing. They didn't do any of that. They rolled out the fucking red carpet. They said it was such an honor to be around him. This administration goes after our allies far more than our adversaries, and there's a good reason for that. The reason is that they are cowards, that they are bitches, that they're afraid of Putin. And I'm not sure exactly what they're all afraid of Putin for. Like people like Marco Rubio used to take real tough stances on Putin before he got cucked to Donald Trump. For everybody who says Donald Trump isn't owned by Putin, that Russia doesn't control him, that Russia doesn't have dirt on him, could you explain why he is so soft on Putin? I would love to hear an explanation for that. I would love to hear an explanation for why Trump treats all of our allies with such disdain. And then Vladimir Putin like they're best friends and he worships him. He literally stood there and waited and clapped for him on a fucking red carpet that was laid out by American soldiers, literally on their hands and knees to put down that red carpet. For Vladimir Putin. Not a friend, not an ally, an actual foe. Somebody who has been involved in our elections, who's admitted being involved in our elections, who puts out disinformation all the time. Yeah, because he's scared sounds right to me. I hate to agree with that, but that's what I think. Yeah, I think he's just afraid of Vladimir Putin. Remember, Donald Trump is not a tough man. He doesn't have a history of being tough. He's a litigious man. He's a whiner. He's a draft dodger. He's a Nepo baby. I love how Newsom puts it, that it's weakness masquerading as strength. It's fake bravado. There's not a scenario, there's not a situation ever in Trump's life where he's been like the tough guy. He uses courts and he uses his daddy's money to bully people. But he's not tough. Every time it's come time to like face the music and fight, he doesn't do it. And a lot of people confuse him for being tough because he just never admits that he's wrong. They're like, this guy fights. Yeah, he's a coward. He fights in the media. He fights on social media. He doesn't fight. And almost everything that he's fighting for is just trying to convince people that he didn't do something that he so obviously did. Here's Marco Rubio.
Well, first of all, the Russians are already facing very severe consequences. There's not a single sanction that's been lifted. And not one. I mean, they're facing all the same sanctions that have been in place today. All the American support continues for Ukraine.
That's a weird, like, buzzing to it, huh? That sound, sorry.
And ultimately, look, if we're not going to be able to reach an agreement here at any point, then there are going to be consequences. Not only the consequences of the war continuing, but the consequences of all those sanctions continuing and potentially new sanctions on top of it as well. But what we're trying to do right now is end the war. And in order to end the war, you've got to give every opportunity that exists. You have to be open to any opportunity that exists to bring it about. And here's the thing to remind.
I appreciate that Marco Rubio is saying that sanctions are on the table, and sanctions are on the table, and we have largely kept sanctions on Russia. But clearly those sanctions didn't deter Russia from doing what they're doing. It's interesting here that what he's not saying is that we will defend, that NATO and the United States will defend Ukraine. Right? That they will put on harsher sanctions, that they may employ the military. I mean, this is the scenario that Americans find themselves in. We made an agreement with Ukraine. We convinced Ukraine to give up their nuclear weapons, and in exchange for that, Russia said they wouldn't invade Ukraine. So we negotiated this deal with Ukraine. We were the protection. We were the negotiating piece. The only reason Ukraine gave up nuclear weapons is because we promised that we would keep them safe. And now that they're clearly not safe, and as much as I am not a fan of fighting foreign wars, I am a fan of following through on our promises. I'm not a fan of telling people one thing and then when it gets weird, abandoning them. I don't like that. But this administration is being very careful. Maybe fairly so. Maybe they don't want to float that. Maybe that's part of the strategy. Maybe I'll be wrong. I'll be happy to admit that I'm wrong. If this administration is going to get more active, I could see the reasoning behind not saying like, oh, we're going to come at you full force right now. Joe Biden didn't do that. Donald Trump hasn't done that. But it does seem like these folks in 2021, when Biden met with Putin, it seems like these same folks were talking about appeasement and how weak Joe Biden was, and how he just let Putin run all over him. And now it's appease. Suddenly appeasement is strength, when in 2021, appeasement was weakness.
Everybody. And when the president says this is not our war, but let's be frank, this is not our war. The United States is not in a war. Ukraine is in a war, and we've been supporting Ukraine. We happen to be in the role of the only country in the world, with the only leader in the world, that can actually bring Putin to a table to even discuss these things.
That's a weird thing to say, because the only country in the world, sure. The only leader? No, it appears that Putin will meet with any leader from our country. He met with Putin. Biden, excuse me. I don't think that they're trying to sell Trump as like, oh, only Trump could get this meeting. No. Biden could have had this meeting multiple times. He had it once. He could have had it more times. Nobody trusts Putin because he doesn't negotiate in good faith. This is not miraculous that Vladimir Putin met with Donald Trump. Don't let Republicans lie to you about that. Putin could say like, oh, only Donald Trump would do that. Well, it's not true. We've had plenty of presidents meet with Vladimir Putin. He's not a good faith negotiator. There's nothing miraculous or unusual about Trump being able to get this meeting. The main difference is that he's the only leader that like fawns over Vladimir Putin.
Now, the president has traveled, all the way to Alaska, all the way back, has dedicated months and months of work, our entire team on this matter, because we want to see an end to the war. But if tomorrow the war continues, life in America will not be fundamentally altered. So I think that what we have to understand is that this has been a priority for this president because he wants to promote peace. He wants to promote the end of a war. And I think we should be happy that we have a president that's trying to promote peace and bring a war to an end. Well, first of all,
then Rubio goes on to Fox News. There was reporting that came out on, I think, Saturday or Friday night, from multiple sources from European diplomats who said that Trump supports Putin's proposal for Russia to take Luhansk and Donetsk, which are in the Donbass region. Marco Rubio now is going to tell you that's not true. I don't know. I think it is an unnamed source. I have no idea. But I do find it highly unusual that Europeans would be reporting that Trump supports this. Now, Trump left the meeting with Putin, and he called the NATO countries. And so certainly You could have European diplomats who would have been on that call who would have heard Trump say that. I think that maybe Trump was advocating for it. That's my guess, that Trump advocated for it, and they're saying that he supports it. And Rubio now can wiggle out by saying, like, oh, he didn't bring it up. He just told them what Putin said. I'm not sure. But here he is with Maria Bartiromo.
A European diplomat has confirmed to Fox that President Trump supports Putin's proposal for Russia to take full control of Luhansk and Donetsk, all of Donbass. Do you support this move?
No, first of all, I don't know who told you that, but they don't know what they're talking about. I mean, the president has said that in terms of territories and stuff, these are things that Zelensky's going to have to decide on. These are things that the Ukrainian side is going to have to agree to. That's all the president.
Yeah, of course. But like she said, supports, right? Because obviously Trump can't make that decision. Obviously the Americans can't make that decision. We're not Ukraine. The president of Ukraine is the president of Ukraine. Zelenskyy is the president, of course. It feels like a little bit of a dodge there. It seems like he's kind of confirming that this is what Trump said. Because again, she didn't say that this is what's going to happen. She said this is what Trump prefers. I don't think he's doing anything to cast doubt that that's what Trump prefers. I do think Trump prefers that, not because he wants to give something to, like he thinks that Russia's earned it. It's because he's a coward. He's afraid of Putin. And if you're afraid of Putin, if you're doing the bidding of Putin and you're the United States president, I don't think you're afraid of him because of military strength. I don't think there's really anybody who would say that Russia has a stronger military than us, or that Russia has this leverage over us, or that for some reason we need to capitulate to Russia here. The only thing I can really think of that would make Donald Trump afraid of Putin is that Putin has dirt on Donald Trump. Otherwise, what's a better explanation for why he thinks that Putin should be able to invade Ukraine and keep that land? What's a better explanation? I guess we'll see. I guess we'll see what the NATO countries say today. But like largely NATO and the United States have stayed out of this. And that's what has allowed Russia to take this land. Vladimir Putin has said repeatedly that his goal is to regain the land that the USSR lost. Vladimir Putin has never stopped moving forward. He didn't stop it with Crimea. We did appeasement. I agree with old Marco Rubio. I agree with old Republicans when they said that like appeasement doesn't work with dictators. We'll get to that in a second.
What the president is trying to do here is narrow down the open issues, narrow them down, and then see if we can play some role in bringing that closer together so we can stop and end this war once and for all. Look.
A European diplomat has confirmed.
Let's jump in here. Now I'm going to get to Kristen Welker. She confronted Rubio about his sudden tone shift. And it is remarkable to see these members of the Trump administration completely change their tone when it's Trump. It makes me think that Rubio might not be very serious about his foreign policy, that his foreign policy seems to be dictated by whoever is in power and not by his own guiding principles.
Terry, I want to play something you said about President Putin. This was right after the invasion in March of 2022. Take a look.
This guy lies, habitually lies. He's never kept a deal they've ever signed, and he lies all the time. And I don't know why, but he plays us like a violin in the West, because the West wants to believe that you can cut a deal with everybody. You can't cut a deal with guys like this. He's a professional, experienced liar.
Mr. Secretary,
sounds just like the rest of us. Weird.
Given that, what makes you think that if you are able to reach a deal with President Putin, that he would stick to it, based on, as you just said, he's a liar?
Well, that's the point. That's why the deal has to have enforceable mechanisms in it. That's why the deal has to have things like security guarantees. That's the point I was making a few minutes ago when you were asking me about looking someone in the eye. What's important.
All right. Now this is to the chatters, because now you guys have a problem. Because what you're saying is like we should just keep throwing money at them, or it's not our war, or we shouldn't be fighting this war. I don't know if you just heard what Rubio said there. He's confronted with his old words that Vladimir Putin can't be trusted. And he said, I still agree with that. Vladimir Putin cannot be trusted. That's why we have to have security guarantees. Who's gonna guarantee that security? Us, right? Us and NATO? Well, how much do our security guarantees matter? Because we already gave security guarantees when we told them that if they if they gave their nukes back, We would protect them from Russia coming in. Doesn't sound like economically we're going to be removed from Ukraine here. It doesn't sound like we're going to stop dumping money into Ukraine here. So now that you know that this is the plan, Republicans, you understand that this is what this administration is going to do. They're doing appeasement with security guarantees. Are they going to stop spending money? I don't think so. I don't think they're going to stop spending money here. It looks like they're going to keep spending money, and they're going to give Vladimir Putin the land that he wants. That's what you voted for? That's what you're all big into? You can't accuse us of being pro-war when you're doing this. You can't accuse us of like, oh, we just want to fund these countries forever. Everything Donald Trump told you about how he would deal with Russia is a fucking lie. He's like, oh, I'll end this on day one. Well, that didn't happen. Oh, we're not going to spend any more money over there. Oh, shit. Well, doesn't look like that happened either. It seems like he's just going to do like a status quo foreign policy, but he's going to talk tough about it. And it's the tough talk that you guys like. You don't care about the actual outcome, because the outcome here seems to be we're going to do the same fucking shit that Joe Biden did. The same half-assed appeasement of Joe Biden. It doesn't look any different to me. And so I understand if you want to say Trump and Joe Biden are no better than each other, fine. But you don't get to say like, oh, we don't like these wars. We want to get out of these wars. We're tired of funding these wars. You can't be that person too, because it sounds an awful lot like what we're going to negotiate is that whatever Putin gets out of this, it's going to come with security guarantees from the United States and from NATO that they won't allow this to happen again, which means we're going to be tied to this forever anyways. So what are you getting? Just appeasement. Just Putin. It sounds like Putin's just going to get what he wants. And then you guys aren't going to get what you want, but you don't care. Because you don't actually care about this stuff. You just care that Donald Trump is being talked about in a negative light.
Important here is actions, not words, not paper, document. Those are all important. Those are elements of a deal, but they have to be enforceable. They have to be verifiable. They have to be enduring. There's no point here in signing a deal that's going to be violated in 3 or 4 months. There's no point in doing that. It actually would make things worse. So that's why this is such a difficult thing. Not only do you need a deal that's verifiable, that's enforceable, and that's enduring. If you don't achieve that, then I think you could have a ceasefire for a few months, a few weeks, and then the war will start again and more people will die. That's not the outcome we're interested in. That's not the outcome anyone wants. So that's why this is so difficult.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they come up with, how they're gonna do appeasement, and then they're also going to stop the war. Because I actually agree with what Rubio's saying there. Like with Russia, how do you know when they're going to stop? We've done this before. We don't want to have this agreement and then have the war kick off in 3 or 4 months again. But like that's what he does. It's what he's been doing. That's what Putin does. So I don't know what we're going to negotiate here. We'll see. Maddie said, because Clay said I wasted $20, here's another 20. And saying, my favorite live, thanks for being there for us. Thank you very much. Ninja said, homesick, I can finally catch a live. Sorry about being sick. And also fuck Donald Trump there. Good to have you here, Ninja. Did I get this one? I did get that one. Let's see if there's any from Jen missing here. I don't think I missed any there. All right. Moving on. Here's Rubio now being asked, and again, I don't disagree necessarily with Rubio saying here, but like this is the level of trust that we are required to have with our government. This administration doesn't tell us anything. They lie to us all the time, and they lie to us, and they use journalists as like this buffer. They say, I'm not going to tell you when the journalist asks a question. I don't trust you. You're the fake news media. It's a live interview. It's a live interview here. They do this all the time. And then they never tell you, MAGA, what they're doing either. And you guys just go with it. You're like, oh, well, fake news, so they have to lie to us. We're in a situation now that we've covered a couple stories already today where this administration just doesn't tell you the truth. And they try and tell you it's because of the media that they can't tell you the truth. So you just have to trust them. Here's another example.
Can you name any concessions that Vladimir Putin made during this meeting? Have any
I wouldn't name him on your program.
Have any concessions
I wouldn't name
been
him
asked?
on your program. Why would I do that?
Where is the pressure?
Of course, because you can't have a peace agreement. No, you can't have a peace agreement unless both sides give and get. You can't have a peace agreement unless both sides make concessions. That's a fact. That's true in virtually any negotiation. If not, it's just called surrender. and neither side is going to surrender. So both sides are going to have to make concessions. So of course concessions were asked. But what utility would there be of me going on a program and tell you we've wagged our finger at Putin and told him you must do this and you must do that? It's only going to make it harder and less likely that they're going to agree to these things. So these negotiations, as much as everyone would love it to be a live pay-per-view event, these discussions only work best when they are conducted privately in serious negotiations in which people who have to go back and respond to constituencies, because even totalitarian governments have constituencies they have to respond to, people have to go back and defend these agreements that they make, and so and figure out a way to explain them to people. So we need to create space for concessions to be made. But of course, concessions were asked.
Can you?
I don't know why you can't say what concessions did you ask for. I don't know why you have to be. Certainly, if you've agreed to some concessions and you're waiting on approval from Zelenskyy or the other NATO countries, I guess. I don't know why you need to say what you asked for. I don't know why it needs to be a secret what we asked for there. But Mark Levin, another Fox News contributor, he's not on board with this. Mark Levin, who rarely are he and I in agreement. Here's Mark Levin, I think on Sunday night, Life, Liberty, and Levin, just pointing out, like, Putin wants to take all of Russia or all of Europe. That's his stated goal. And again, like, this has become what the Republicans are doing now. They call appeasement a buzzword. But this is appeasement. It's not even a buzzword. It's just an accurate description on how largely we have handled Vladimir Putin, and he just keeps taking more and more and more. Levin, I think, is right here.
He talks basically that Europe is Russian. I mean, he talks about Poland, he talks about Romania, he talks about, obviously, Ukraine, he talks about Lithuania. I mean, is this a guy that's going to adhere to some kind of an agreement? I mean, when it comes to Ukraine.
Sorry, Vicky said fuck Clay, and Tanya said giving on behalf of Clay. Thanks, Clay. I appreciate all your hard work today. And Maddie said because Clay has never held $50, so here's $50. Damn, Maddie, thank you.
His eyeballs are beyond Ukraine even, despite his enormous military setbacks.
Putin has not given up on his imperialistic aims. Ukraine, he believes erroneously, wrongly, that it belongs to him, but he doesn't stop there. He's building up forces to threaten Finland, new member of NATO. He's got aims against the Baltic nations, great pro-American countries. Of course, Poland, he hasn't given up on the pieces of Poland, whole chunks of Poland. And so Putin hasn't really stopped, or, he hasn't stopped wanting more peoples and territory that he wrongly believes are his. The only thing that's going to stop him is if President Trump, and I think he will when he runs out of patience, imposes significant costs on Putin so that Putin no longer believes that he can achieve, increased territory and peoples.
If this was going to be the plan all along, I don't know why we're 6 months in. 7 months in now. Trump said he was going to end it on day one. Was this just not important? If all along Trump was just going to try and meet with him, he was going to say no, and then we were going to slap sanctions on it. Why are we 7 months in here? Why are we waiting so long? That might be the real answer. It might be the real answer is that it just wasn't that high on his priority list. Fair enough. If that's the answer, that's the answer. But it seems like you spent 2 years campaigning, ripping Joe Biden, saying that that this war was his fault and that you could end it, and then you just go in and do exactly what Joe Biden did, like legitimately, just doing the exact same thing Joe Biden did. You meet with Putin, you leave without a deal, and you talk about sanctions. This is exactly what Joe Biden did. So maybe he was lying when he said that that this was Joe Biden's fault and he could end it. Maybe he was. Even if it does get ended, I don't see anything. Like, here's where the pressure is really being applied. Trump goes and meets with Putin. Putin says, here's what I want. Here's what I'm going to do. Trump maybe offered concessions. Maybe he didn't. But on the same day, NATO has rallied around Zelenskyy. That's the main difference. The main difference between Biden and Trump is that the rest of the world is saying, like, dude, fuck you, dude. Fuck you. We're with Zelenskyy. We're not with America. I think that's the underreported part of this story, is that all of our allies, at least to some extent, have abandoned us and said, you guys are wrong. And it's the allies that are over there in Europe. Those are the ones that have to worry about their own sovereignty. Those are the people that are watching Putin inch closer and closer and closer, and they don't want Putin at their doorstep. And so ironically, once again, Donald Trump has drawn us closer to our enemies and further away from our allies. We now have a Republican Party that's almost indistinguishable from like Russian state media. You don't think that it's maybe it worked? You don't think maybe it worked that Russia has been paying your favorite content creators for years to spout pro-Russia propaganda? You don't think it's coincidence that Tucker Carlson went to Russia and did that obviously like orchestrated and scripted event in Russia to make them look good? You don't think that had any impact? You don't think that those payments directly to the people that you trust is the reason that now today you sound really, really close to Russian state media? There's no target for other countries that is more rich for bribes than American conservatism. They will change any opinion that they have as long as Donald Trump says it first. So all you really have to do, it's not even that hard. You just give him some money. You just give Donald Trump some money, he'll go out there and say it, and now you've got millions of Americans repeating the exact opposite of what they believed 6 months ago, or a year ago, or 2 years ago. They don't care. They'll just change their opinion on a dime to support this guy. Andrew Matson said, any chance the Putin meeting details were leaked in a Signal chat? I think there's a chance. Jen Starr also giving on behalf of Clay. Clay, thanks for fundraising for us today. I appreciate it. Annette says, keep up the great work. Thank you, Annette. All right, moving on. Then the 5 shows up to jack off Donald Trump. I don't know what to do about this. This is so stupid. Here's the 5.
News alert: the two biggest alphas.
I don't know if you saw those.
Oh, there's some Venmo. Let's see. Oh, thank you, Izzy, for joining the Dollar Train. And Kim said, you were in my dream last night calling my tattoo clients little bitches. Love you and Jen. I'm sorry. Tell your clients I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. All right.
News alert: the two biggest alphas on the planet meeting.
That's how they opened the segment. The two biggest alphas on the planet. The two biggest alphas. I'll let you hear it again.
News alert: the two biggest alphas on the planet meeting.
How are you gonna suck two dicks at once, dude? You had a terrible week. This dude had a terrible week after James Tallarico completely embarrassed him. Then he went and he did a segment trying to defend himself, calling James Tallarico a liar, where it turned out James Tallarico wasn't lying at all. Bad week for Will Cain. And then he just opens the segment with, I have two dicks in my mouth. And luckily, both of these men have small dicks, so they could both fit in my mouth. The two biggest alphas in the world, Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump.
What we have been able to see so far is the first couple of moments, really the pageantry of both men leaving their planes, shaking hands on the red carpet. But I do think there's a lot of meaning in those first moments. Charlie, I think that those moments, quite honestly, at least in aesthetics, were owned by President Trump. I mean, he literally towered over Vladimir Putin.
I didn't particularly like.
What? This is news. This was optically good. Donald Trump is taller than Vladimir Putin. And optically, bro, nobody gives a fuck about optics. There's not a single person in the world outside of MAGA who thinks that the taller guy there isn't the bigger bitch. Everybody knows Trump is Putin's bitch. Everybody knows it. If you're going to do the alpha thing, which isn't real, that's just a made-up thing. Sorry, the shorter guy was better there. Shout out to all you short kings out there. It doesn't matter. Height doesn't matter. Donald Trump's got 6 inches on Vladimir Putin, and he is absolutely Vladimir Putin's bitch. Nobody thinks that. Only a dipshit Fox News host would be like, oh, did you see how Trump was taller than Putin? This is fucking news. You can make, like, I don't know. How am I a more serious operation than Fox News? The biggest alphas in the world, and our alpha is the better alpha because our alpha is tallerer. Okay. All right. That's weird. It's weird. Other countries are looking at this and they're going, that's weird, America. This is weird. Nobody ever did this with Obama. Nobody did this with Biden. Only you guys with your daddy issues do this.
Like the press secretary said, we're honored to have him. You're not honored to have a war criminal. You're not honored to have a dictator. You're going to do it because you want to try to get to a peace agreement. But that part of it wasn't great. But Putin is still smiling. He's a KGB agent. He always has something up his sleeve. I'm not saying it's plutonium, but I mean, this is a guy that doesn't care who he kills or what he does. So I am optimistic, but obviously, skeptical, especially without Zelenskyy being there.
I agree with you. All of these little stylistic elements, they matter.
And he thinks about them.
No, they don't. No, they don't matter one goddamn bit. Not one fucking goddamn bit. They only matter if you're a fucking dipshit like Will Cain and you don't know a goddamn thing about foreign policy. You don't know anything about negotiations. All you know is hair and makeup and optics. Nobody, no other world leader was like, did you guys see that? Did you see the optics? Look at Trump. His spray tan is awesome. He's not smiling with his teeth. Nobody gives a fuck about any of this. You only give a fuck about this if you are a lazy, conservative Trump dick rider. And you didn't want to do any research for your fucking show because you don't need to because it's Fox News. You just show up and blow Donald Trump. It's all you have to do. Nobody cares about this. This is not important at all. It is absolutely bonkers that Will Cain's like, this is really deep stuff here. Let me get down and we're going to analyze the optics here. It doesn't matter. It legitimately doesn't matter. You know how I know it doesn't matter? Because at the end of this meeting, all of our allies were like, yeah, fuck that guy. We're with Zelenskyy, who's also like 5'2". Right, there it is.
Part of it wasn't great, but Putin is still smiling. He's a KGB agent. He always has something up his sleeve. I'm not saying it's plutonium, but I mean, this is a guy that doesn't care who he kills or what he does. So I am optimistic, but obviously, skeptical, especially without Zelenskyy being there.
I agree with you. All of these little stylistic elements, they matter.
And he thinks about them all the time.
Both men think about them all the time. So it's not so much.
First of all, you don't know what Putin thinks. You have no idea. You're just trying to do your alpha thing. Like they're both alphas. He's a thin-skinned little bitch. Putin may be thin-skinned, but Putin is far more careful about optics than Trump. Trump cares about the dumbest optics. Not the optics of all of our allies being like, dude, fuck you. Nobody cares what you say. Well, I was taller and I did a firm handshake. That's what I care about.
Whether or not Will Cain or Jessica Tarlov believe these matter, but the two men getting ready to leave those planes think they matter.
But Vladimir Putin is a killer and Donald Trump isn't. And that's a different level of thinking about it.
She's trying. So she's trying to differentiate here. She's trying to say that one of them is a murderous dictator and one of them is not, right? She's trying to say like Putin is more evil than Trump and Will Cain can't have that. Will Cain's like, wait a minute, hold on.
Different level of thinking about it.
I'm
not talking about
there's
in
a lot of people
boardroom.
in Iran that would probably suggest that might be different, that you might be undercutting the president of the United
States. No. Our guy's a murderous dictator too. What are you talking? It's not just Putin. Our guy too. Our guy's just as mean and corrupt and murderous.
States on the willingness
I don't think
to
you
use
want to
the
argue
ultimate
this
power.
one. I'm paying him a compliment.
Well, you're using it only in a derogatory way. I'm talking about as your willingness to defend your values in your country. I don't think anybody
He's
could.
He's a stone cold American killer in the I never killed anyone directly sense. I'm saying Putin kills people.
The ceasefire is President.
Now it's a shift here. Like there's a clip here. That's the end of that clip. On to the next one.
Trump's stated goal with this meeting, probably another meeting after it. That's just step one.
Kremlin says the talks could last.
All right. Now it's just a bunch of clips there. All right. So at the end of that meeting, after you could see obviously that Will Cain wants to beat him off, but here's some clips from Brett Baer, Brian Kilmeade, and Jackie Heinrich. And immediately after, by the way, they're on the ground there. Immediately they're saying that this optic war that you think you just won there, Will Cain, it doesn't seem like we won the optics war either.
This joint news conference was anything but. It was not a news conference. There were no questions taken by either leader.
Brett, is it safe to say, since he didn't come out and say there's a ceasefire or a cessation of violence, that that is something we didn't get all the way there?
That's a good point. Hubert said optics mattered. Russians saw U.S. roll out red carpet for Putin like a king while he's supposed to be arrested on site for crimes against humanity. In fact, that's another good point. There's not a lot of places Putin can go because he's a war criminal. Most countries Putin went to, he'd be arrested on sight, but not in America. We're kind of cool with war criminals over here. Netanyahu and Putin. Nobody welcomes war criminals more than the United States.
I think they would have led with it. It would have been the thing that they would have led with, that we agree to a ceasefire. We didn't hear it. And I think that could be disappointing.
Jackie, I was surprised, no questions. I was surprised, no details on what progress was made.
I think you and me both, Brian, and everyone else in this room was also surprised. There were a few things that were very unusual. You had Putin come out and address the press first. I mean, we are on U.S. soil here. Usually it is the leader of the country, the host country of a
Every time. This is important only in like looking at how Trump deals with other leaders. If we're going to say Trump is like that Trump doesn't defer to dictators. Every time any other world leader comes and meets with the president and they have a press conference, Trump goes first. Every time. Now, just figure this out. Like just walk it backwards. I don't know the answer to this. But how is it that Donald Trump, he leads these? You're in our country. He should be the one welcoming the leader. He's the one that should have the opening statement. That's how he always does it. Why do you think Vladimir Putin went first? You don't think they discussed it? What's a possible explanation that makes any sense here? Putin asked to speak first? Okay. Kind of fucks up your argument of like, I'm the alpha, optics matter, I'm in charge, I'm dominant here. That kind of fucks up that Fox News narrative, doesn't it? Trump invited Putin to speak first? Then what's that? Why is that the only person he's inviting to speak first? Why would Trump suddenly give deference to a murderous dictator, but not to our allies? See how the narrative falls apart, that like they're both the big alphas having an alpha contest? If you think they're having an alpha contest, there was a clear loser. And it was the guy who rolled out the red carpet. Also, he's sitting there waiting for Putin, walks down, stands on a red carpet by himself, and claps for Putin. If we're going to do this alpha thing, if we're going to do this optics thing, he also lost that battle too. Go look at the headlines around the world. Everybody was just like, yeah, Trump is Putin's bitch. The whole world laughs at our elected leaders because somehow, with the most powerful military in the world, we're bitches to Putin and Netanyahu. And the whole world's like, isn't it clear to you guys yet that like your politicians aren't acting in your interests? Is it not clear to you yet that you guys are completely owned by foreign entities?
summit that speaks first and addresses the room in their language. But Putin started right off in Russian, and we all had to get our headsets on and listen to him rattle off this diatribe. There was something that he said that was a little bit alarming, I thought, that seems like some of the things that he has done in the past, setting up false flags and that kind of thing, saying that we hope that Ukraine doesn't do anything to sabotage the progress that we made today, knowing full well that Ukraine has agreed to a ceasefire unconditionally for the last several months, and it has been Russia that has not agreed to a ceasefire. There were some things that Putin said that are always cause for concern. When he references things like root causes,
I know.
It's always a reference back to his ultimate goal of taking all of Ukraine. It did not seem like things went well, and it seemed like Putin came in and steamrolled, got right into what he wanted to say, and got his photo next to the president and then left. Certainly President Trump, who is the host and who is the president, would not want to, I think, enable something that would make him look weak.
Rabbit Hole, I'll answer that question. You said, do I know all the entanglements behind the scenes? What's your security clearance? I'm not talking about behind the scenes. I'm talking about your right-wing media coverage of this. That's what I'm talking about. Why are you criticizing me and not them? I'm just covering what they're saying. I'm covering that they made all these claims. What's their security clearance? What entanglements do they know behind the scenes? You see, the problem here that you have, Rabbit Hole, is you don't like criticism of Trump. And when somebody criticizes Trump, you don't really have an answer for that. None of you do. That's why all the attacks are personal against me, and I understand what they are. It's why they don't bother me. When I start seeing the personal attacks in the chat, I know I've struck a chord. That's when I double down, just so you know. Once you guys start crying like little bitches and going after me, that's when I know I've struck a chord, because you don't have an answer to any of this shit. You don't know either. I'm covering your news. I'm covering your side of the news. You guys are all terrified of Donald Trump. I don't know why. You're so afraid to criticize him. So when I'm just showing the coverage of him and criticizing the coverage, you don't have an answer for that. So you're going to go after me. That's when I know I've struck a chord with you folks. The more personal it gets in the chat, the more I know you don't have any answer. And by the way, this is an open forum. You guys are allowed to come up here every single day, and you can discuss it with me. You just have to message Jen on Discord, and she will bring you up. And none of you do, because you all know that the second you get up here, you're going to look like a dipshit if you just insult me personally when we try and have this discussion. It's going to look bad for you. But the invitation's there. JenDub1, the same Venmo username is Jen's Discord username. You just add her on Discord, message her there, she will bring you up. You have this opportunity. But I have this sneaking suspicion that just like every other day of the week, those who are most vehemently against me in the chat, those of you that are most outraged in the chat, you don't actually have anything to say. You're just mad that I'm covering negative stuff about Trump. He's daddy for you guys. Somehow it's a personal attack on you when we point out that this guy doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. I don't know why. It should not personally insult you. Here is then Trump went and met with Sean Hannity after. He was not happy about it. Trump immediately regrets scheduling an interview with Sean Hannity.
Today's meeting went really well, and I think we maybe will have a good result, but I just don't like to talk about it. That's why I agreed to do your interview, and I said, you know what, I'll do it, Sean, but that was like 2 days ago. I had no idea that. I said, Sean, are you going to ask me about what we
basically
just
say on national TV, I regret saying yes to doing this
Yeah,
interview.
I shouldn't have done it, but that's okay.
You don't have to
by the way, I have to say to the audience, this guy's a fantastic person. He's a great patriot. You love the country.
I love our country.
You are a very smart cookie. For anybody that ever questioned that, which I don't think there are too many.
Me, I question it. I have a lot of questions about his intelligence. A ton of questions about his intelligence. Sean Hannity is a nothing more than a cuck to this administration. And this is what Trump does to get out of like tough questions. He doesn't want any tough questions. So he's just going to blow Sean Hannity. And this works. You'll hear people all the time talk about meeting Trump for the first time. They're like, you wouldn't believe how nice he is. Yeah. He's really nice to you so that you don't ask him tough questions. He glow like when we talked about like his golf game, Rick Riley talked about this, and Rick Riley was like, I would write about him, and he was worried about like he wanted me to write nice things. So every time he'd introduce me, he'd be like, "Oh, this is the editor-in-chief at Sports Illustrated." And Rick Riley's like, I'm not the editor, I'm just a writer. And he would make up lies about Rick Riley and introduce him with lies. Trump does this. That's why like personally on like people say once they meet him, he just seems down to earth and kind. This is how he operates. He just gives people compliments so he doesn't have to be asked tough questions. He tells you you're brilliant, especially if you agree with him. Oh my God, if you agree with Donald Trump, he's just going to repeat how brilliant you are over and over and over again because he wants to reward that behavior. He does the same thing that I did with my dogs when I trained them, right? Like the words of encouragement. My dogs still to this day, if I say good girl, they get so excited. They love that. They love that type of attention. And Trump has trained all of you to be the exact same way. This is like Pavlov's dogs. Every time Trump is asked a difficult question, and this is a thing politicians do in general, but if he gets asked a tough question, he'll be like, well, the American people are smarter than that. And these people love America, and they love freedom, and they're tired of being lied to, and they're smart. And you act like they're dumb, but they're smart, and they agree with me. The American people agree with me because they're smart, and they love this country. And you're sitting there going, hey, that's me. He's just saying it about me. I'm one of the smarts. I'm one of the smarts patriots that still loves this countries. And then you're like, I love this. I fucking love this guy. Yeah, that's why, because he doesn't say anything. He doesn't answer. He just blows you, and you're like, oh, that works.
And
Let's see, that was the end of it, basically. All right. Let's see. I can skip most of that. I can come back to the headlines here. I want to get to, because we're not going to let the Epstein thing die. CoffeeZilla did something really cool. I use CoffeeZilla stuff all the time. He's my favorite investigative journalist. CoffeeZilla went in and they took the footage and the plans from the jail that Epstein was in, and they created a 3D rendering to explain the top 5 lies in the Epstein footage. This is incredible stuff. Again, all credit to CoffeeZilla. He has 2 channels. He has CoffeeZilla and Voidzilla. This is on his Voidzilla channel. If you guys haven't seen this, it's incredible. It's about 8 minutes long. I'll try and not have too many interruptions. Let me get through the comments first so I don't have to have interrupt too much. Han said it was so sad to watch Trump say absolutely zero during the so-called press conference. I hope you showed Trump's response. Why the fuck did he not speak first as the host? And also, how long before Marco resigns? It's crazy that he says he won't tell American people the concessions Russia is making. I don't know if that part's that crazy, if it's part of the negotiations. I just think broadly, it wouldn't matter. Like, Trump could come out and say, we have a secret agreement with Russia and we're never going to tell any of you. And that would be fine for you guys. You just be like, all right, yeah, we trust Trump. All right, here is the top 5 lies in the Epstein footage.
Created Epstein's prison in 3D to show you the top 5 lies hidden in the government's footage. And you can get the raw file on Patreon to explore it yourself, and let's jump into it. Lie number 5, you're gonna get a video of the cell.
And you're gonna get the video of the cell. And you're gonna see for yourself.
Kash Patel, the FBI director, told us that this footage was of Jeffrey Epstein's cell, but it's not. Let's fly over to where Epstein's cell actually is. I've marked it with a green door. Down the hall, we actually see a camera marked in red that wasn't recording the night of Epstein's death, which brings us to our next lie. There was only one camera.
There's video of him. No, not the actual act, but the entire MCC Bay. There was only one camera.
Deputy Director Dan Bongino of the FBI told us there was only one camera in the special housing unit, but that's not true. There were at least 2 cameras recording and 9 other cameras that were working but not recording due to a malfunction only days earlier. Now, the official report says...
Let's also remember that only days earlier, Epstein took a massive, something like $500 million and put it in a trust. There are a lot of things that happened just days earlier and leading up to Epstein unaliving himself. Suddenly the cameras don't work. Suddenly the footage is missing. Suddenly now the footage is edited. You got Bongino and Kash Patel going out on their favorite sources, Joe Rogan and Fox News, knowing that there's going to be no pushback on their lies. And why is it that the FBI director and deputy FBI director lied to you about the number of cameras? Why did they lie to you about what would be released? Any guesses? I mean, I guess this is why you get 2 podcast hosts to run the FBI. This is why you get people with no credentials to run the FBI. Because then you can just tell them they don't give a fuck. They're not here for transparency. Kash Patel now has released like 5 different declassified memos alleging crimes. I read through every one of them. There's no crimes there. But nobody's asking why both he and Dan Bongino lied about 1, what was available, and 2, what would be released. 0 for 2 on both of those. Do you guys care about that? No, because the thing is like this stuff makes Trump look bad, and we don't really talk about stuff that makes Trump look bad. So we're going to ignore this. We're going to talk a lot about Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton, and we're going to talk about bathrooms a lot. We're going to talk about trans people a lot. But the one thing we're not going to do is address the fact that the people we elected and then the people that they appointed are lying right to our fucking faces. And we don't want to address that, not at all. So we're going to ignore it as much as we can.
That recordings should have been made for about half of the cameras, but in Epstein's block, only 2 out of 11 cameras were recording. Really bad luck, I guess. Now, I should say all the cameras were working before that, at a time when Epstein accused his cellmate of trying to kill him, and this was contradicted by his cellmate who said Epstein tried to commit. Epstein later got put on watch for this.
Yeah, I have looked up the crimes that Bongino and Kash Patel have released. Like, they just released one. I think it was this weekend, maybe Friday or Saturday, about the Hillary Clinton Foundation and this massive cover up. I read through it. There's nothing there. Literally, none of them have evidence of any crime. They just cite somebody who's like, this might be a crime. And they're like, this intelligence official thought there might be a crime here. And they didn't ever prove that there was a crime. Therefore, cover up. That's what everything they release is, just like one person or two people's opinion that maybe there should have been an investigation and an investigation wasn't performed. That's it. And they leave out the part where there's like not enough evidence for an investigation. I do think that Republicans don't understand that, like, you can't just open an investigation whenever the fuck you want, especially into high profile people. You have to have evidence to go get warrants, and everything he releases, there's not enough evidence there for a warrant. And then they're like, see, this was a cover up. It's like, no, see, there wasn't evidence there. It's the reason you guys still aren't doing investigations. It's the reason that they keep releasing documents instead of starting investigations, because they don't have investigations for warrants. And a lot of these things, like, they're past the statute of limitations. It's just distracting. Why do you think Kash Patel is putting these things out and trying to make himself look transparent? Because he fucking lied about this. He absolutely lied about this.
Event, and we should have been able to get that footage, except the prison failed to save the correct file. Prosecutors claim the footage contained on the preserved video was for the correct date and time, but captured a different tier than the one where Jeffrey Epstein was located.
It was only one camera.
So our deputy director lied when he said there was only one camera. There were actually 11. At least 2 were recording. Only 1 got released. And according to our own government's report, 5 or 6 should have been recording, but weren't. When the cameras were working properly, they didn't save the right files. Incredibly unlucky. But lie number 3, there's nothing unlucky about it, because we were told directly that the footage we were gonna get showed there was no one there but Epstein.
You're gonna see there's no one there but him.
Right.
There's just nobody there. So I say to people all the time.
Thanks, Adam. Adam said make little bitches cry.
If you have a tip, let us know. But there's no DNA, there's no audio, there's no fingerprints, there's no suspects, there's no accomplices, there's no tips, there is nothing.
The footage just directly debunks this. There are several people who appear in the footage the FBI released.
You see what I mean? Like, that's an obvious lie. There's nobody. There's just nobody. There's nobody there. You can look at the footage. There's people there. Clearly. Right? Maybe there's no tips. I might not be any tips, but clearly there's people there.
And actually, one even appears after lockdown walking up the stairs. The government's report at first...
Wouldn't you want to know where that guy went? Why is Dan Bongino and Kash Patel not saying this person walking up the steps to Epstein, where Epstein is housed? Why haven't they said who that guy is and what he's doing? Or at the very least, like, we know his name. Here's the redacted name. Here's this person's role. Here's what they were doing. Nothing. Not a peep about that. They just told you there was nobody. Clearly, we just watched somebody walk to Epstein's steps. If you go back a little bit, just so if we're not totally clear, this, let's see, this section over here, if you can see my mouse moving around, like this door on the left, where this is, there's a stairwell that goes up to where Epstein was housed. And you can only see like the very far left side of the stairwell. So if somebody walks up on the right side, you won't see them. If they're on the left side, you'll see part of them. But that person clearly just went and walked up the stairs. We don't know who that is. Bongino told us nobody went up there. So who was that?
The FBI released, and actually one even appears after lockdown walking up the stairs. The government's report at first called this laundry, but independent experts agreed, according to one analysis by CBS.
At 10:38 p.m., the report says someone, probably Noel, carries a bundle of bedding or clothing up the stairs. It's a rare instance the video does catch movement on the stairs, but barely. Let's see that zoomed in and in slow motion again. Several of the video forensic experts we spoke with were skeptical about the report's conclusion and thought that the video could be showing an inmate walking up the stairs.
Yeah, why is that orange? He was dressed in black, and now we have orange going up the stairs.
Authorities say this was the last time anyone approached his cell block until his body was discovered the next morning. Again, while the video does not contradict that, experts who viewed the video say the limited field of view makes it impossible to definitively conclude that no one used those stairs in that time period.
Yeah, we don't know who that is. The government's not clear. And there are also several people who are housed in the same cell block as Jeffrey Epstein, which, as we've shown, isn't visible to the camera footage we were given. So that raises questions, and so do the 2 prison guards who were on staff that night and had a view of Epstein's cell. Both were charged with falsifying records on the night Epstein died, specifically with them lying about completing mandatory rounds to check on Jeffrey Epstein.
That's weird, right? The two guards there have been caught lying already. Didn't hear much from Dan Bongino or Kash Patel about that. They didn't really bring that up, that the 2 people that they're relying on as witnesses have already been caught lying.
The night of his death, despite a posted warning that read mandatory rounds must be conducted every 30 minutes on Epstein as per God, but they did not do that. Instead, they appeared to fall asleep, according to the OIG report, and occasionally browse the internet, where one guard, quote, read a news article about Jeffrey Epstein. So it's just a total lie to say there was no one there but Epstein and no possible suspects. You have several inmates shown on the camera the night of his death. You have one walking up the stairs after lockdown, and you also have guards that just falsified records. But this all brings us to lie number 2, the second biggest Pinocchio, and that's where they told us we're going to get the raw footage so we know there aren't shenanigans.
We are working on cleaning it up to make sure you have an enhanced, and we're going to give the original so you don't think there were any shenanigans.
So yeah, I don't think I need to explain why this is one of the most brazen lies. We were told we'd be given a modified and the original footage. Instead, what we got are 2 modified videos because both were edited in Premiere Pro. Now, it isn't clear exactly what was edited, but expert forensic analysts who spoke to Wired said the footage wouldn't stand up in court, had 1 minute, no wait, actually 3 minutes missing, and now there are reports that the DOJ has the full footage, but just hasn't released it.
And a government source is alleged to CBS News the FBI and other agencies are in possession of the full, unedited footage.
And that brings us to the final point, the final biggest lie of all, and that's a direct quote from the DOJ memo about what the footage even shows. And it says this, quote, anyone entering or attempting to enter the tier where Epstein's cell was located from the SHU common area would have been captured by this footage. The government's entire case is built on this lie, and that's why it's the biggest, because...
Right, he's already covered that anybody, not anybody who would have went up those stairs would be captured by that footage. So why lie? Okay, let's just say that let's say that their story is true, that these other cameras were broken at the time they didn't capture the footage. Okay, fine. Still fucking suspicious that they've been working and then all of a sudden they're not working. But then why lie and say that, hey, nothing to see here. There's no way anybody could go up there without this view capturing it. And it's not true. They've already shown, they're doing these 3D renderings. We've already shown that one person walked up the steps that we didn't see. So yes, it's entirely possible that somebody could have went up those steps without us seeing them. So why do they lie is the question. Why is our government led by Donald Trump and led by his 2 picks, Dan Bongino and Kash Patel, and then the Attorney General Pam Bondi, why are they putting out things that are obvious lies? Somebody like CoffeeZilla, an investigative journalist, figured it out in no time. Every investigative journalist figured it out in no time. So why is your government lying to you, MAGA? Trump supporters, why? I'm going to leave it on pause for a second because I want to hear from you guys. Why are they lying about this? Give me an explanation for why they're not telling you the truth about what happened the night Epstein died. Because they're all together like that. Putin has the Epstein files and is why Trump met with Putin. Well, look, Putin accessed, Russia last week accessed all of our files. It's weird, right? Like we didn't have any plan to meet with Putin, and then all of a sudden Russia accesses our, what's it called, PACER system. And then a week later, we've got a meeting with Trump and Putin. Trump goes in all happy, comes out looking all sad, doesn't want to give any details about it. Could be. I think that's reasonable. Governments lie. I understand governments lie. I'm asking why. Why are they lying to you about this? Don't MAGA for one day, just like it's Monday. Let's start the week off. Let's start this week off by not being cucky little bitches. Let's do our best this week to not be cucky little bitches. Let's come up with some reasons why Kash Patel and Dan Bongino and Pam Bondi lied when they put this information out. Yeah, they accessed Pacer. If you guys don't remember that story, let me see if I can find it. This is a New York Times article here. I think it's highlighted probably. Let's see if it refreshes. Yeah. This came out. What was the date on this one? August 12th. Investigators have uncovered evidence that Russia is at least partly responsible for a recent hack of the computer system that manages federal court documents, including highly sensitive records with information that could reveal sources and people charged with national security crimes, according to several people briefed on the breach. I mean, I'm just saying, I know that nobody knows all the answers. I understand that I'm making guesses here. I'm asking you, Republicans, to make some guesses. I'm asking you to guess why they're lying about it. And don't play whataboutism. Don't say, like, do the Democrats have it? Why did the Democrats do it? I'm asking you right now why the Democrats or why Republicans are lying. I'm not asking you about the release of the files. While we're at it, we can point out that the only files that have been released were released by the Biden administration. They were claimed to be released by Trump and his administration. They put them in binders, but those were released by the Biden administration. So the only amount of transparency has been done by the Biden administration. But let's forget the Democrats. I need you to tell me why the FBI director, the attorney general, and the deputy director of the FBI are lying. I need to know that. I need to know what your guys' thought process is here. Why do you think they are lying to you? They're obviously lying. Why? If I had to speculate, I would say maybe this goes so deep it would tear into the very fabric of our government. And I think it plays into the judicial system. That's fair. I don't know if you're MAGA or not, but that's fair. Elites are compromised. Dems or Republicans, they're all compromised. And so might the national. Yeah. Okay. So they're lying to protect the elites. So then now my question is this, like, you don't like the elites. You voted for Donald Trump because he was anti-establishment. Why are you not turning on him? Now that you know he's just like all these other people that you accused of protecting the elites. Why are you still on his side? I do not understand you folks. I think if I had to guess, I just bit my tongue. If I had to guess, you guys have picked a side. You've decided that Democrats are evil. You've decided that the left is evil. And you've decided that because you've been flooded with stories about how evil the left is for a decade now. A lot of lies, a lot of stuff that, or at least unverifiable. And so now you're saying to yourself, yep, we're bad, but we're not as bad. We're not as bad as the left. But by every measure, you're worse. There has never been a more corrupt administration in history. Donald Trump, in like 7 months, has made billions of dollars selling influence to foreign countries that perpetrated the 9/11 attacks. Right? Like Israel, who's actively doing a genocide. And Donald Trump is making a fortune off of selling out, like, influence. Selling out you. Using taxpayer funds. Using loopholes to help foreign businesses and foreign governments while not doing a single fucking thing for you. And on top of all of that, he's lying to you about this connection for some reason. Woke logic. The two-party system has not ruined America. Can we knock that the fuck off? I'm really kind of tired of blaming the two-party system. No, we are fucking lazy. Our entire country is intellectually lazy. Specifically, red parts of this country. There's no ability to determine what's real and what's not real because you're just fucking lazy. The two-party system enables you to be lazy. It enables you to, like, just pick a side and be lazy. But it is American citizens. We can't just blame the party system. Because we're presenting evidence right now that's glaring. It is a choice right now to ignore that this administration is lying to you. This is a choice. Has nothing to do with Democrats or Republicans. It's a choice. If you want good Republicans, get rid of the shitty ones. If you want good politicians, hold them accountable when they do shitty things. But we have like the shittiest of the shit right now, an obviously corrupt leader with an IQ of 11 who's openly lying to the point that like non-political journalists like CoffeeZilla, I've never seen him so like flustered. This guy has been covering crimes for like 10 years. He has by himself uncovered multiple complex financial crimes. And then Trump came in and Trump just is Trump is pardoning all these people that he uncovered and doubling down on these crimes, letting them do more of these crimes. I've never seen CoffeeZilla this flustered. He's like, what the fuck are we doing here, guys? Like, I'm not politics, but how is it that we're allowing this guy to just do financial crimes and cover this up and nobody fucking cares? Nobody cares one bit. It's because I think that you guys are just, I think that on the right and as a country, we are just intellectually lazy. We expect our news to be handed to us, and we choose whether or not we believe it based on who it looks good or bad for, and then we move on.
Their whole case for saying no one could have reached him is the idea that this one camera angle shows everything. But let's put Maxwell in our 3D twin and have him walk up the stairs. First, we'll put him on the left side of the staircase, and as you can see, you can barely make him out. However, if we put him on the right side of the staircase, you'll find that you can't see him at all. He's invisible from our view. So there's just obviously a blind spot here, which, by the way, the government already knew because they already admitted in a previous Epstein report, saying that this camera angle specifically was a, quote, partial view of the L-tier stairway. So it's not a full view. You can't see everything. And as you can see in this excellent CBS investigation, you could actually access this stairway and Epstein's cell from a doorway invisible to the camera.
But with the primary entrance here, the pathway from the entrance to the stairs is completely out of view of the camera.
Yeah, that's right. You could access Epstein's cell. Our replication of the prison shows the same conclusion. If we have Maxwell walking from the shoe entrance to Epstein's cell, we can't see him from this camera angle, even though if we make the...
By the way, if anybody's trying to figure out who Maxwell is an imaginary robot, like sidekick of CoffeeZilla. When he does like he does narrativized investigations, and Maxwell is like this robot bartender that he confides in. He's like kind of like CoffeeZilla's friend / shrink / bartender. So don't worry if you don't, like, we're not talking about Ghislaine. That's just the name of his pretend robot.
Wall's transparent. Obviously, we can see him, but in the raw footage, we'd have no way of knowing if somebody walked this direction. This painstaking recreation of the special housing unit can put to bed the top 5 lies from our government about Jeffrey Epstein. 1, we didn't get a video of Jeffrey Epstein's cell. We got a camera that can't see it. 2, there wasn't just one camera, there were 11. 3, the footage shows way more than just Epstein. 4, we didn't get raw footage, we got modified footage. And lastly, there are blind spots on this camera. I mean, it's just perfectly clear, and the government has previously admitted it. This, of course, doesn't mean, I have to say, that Epstein definitively himself, but the government is only adding fuel to the fire when they put out statements that are directly contradicted by their own video. The best you can say is this is either extreme levels of negligence or deliberate incompetence to cover things up. The most honest thing you can say at this point is that we don't have definitive evidence for the night Epstein died, one way or the other, that has been released. The evidence we do have has been modified, does not say what they say it says, and all of this makes it impossible to know 100% what has happened. That is not a conspiracy. That's what the government's own evidence actually shows. Now, as I said, we'll make the 3D version of Epstein's housing unit available on Patreon. It's a blender.
CoffeeZilla has become woke. Yeah, when people make the assumption that woke is just a word you guys use to ignore anything problematic, like, I think you're kind of proving the point there. Now that he's pointing out obvious lies, 5 obvious lies, now he's woke. I agree with that. Woke, that was the whole idea of what being woke was. Being woke is like being aware of what's going on, not just like marching around like bots. Being awake, being enlightened, not being tied to your ideological beliefs, right? Being open-minded, learning new things. So I guess, sure, he's woke in that way.
File along with a detailed look of how he created it. I should say the government's not exactly forthcoming about the exact specs of their prison, so we had to use some approximations using the photos provided and taking measurements where we could. But as I said, our conclusions match up with the government's from years ago.
Can somebody tell Gary that when Epstein died, Trump was president, and this entire cover-up happened under Donald Trump as president? Can somebody let him know? I know it's not going to change your opinion. I get that, but can somebody let him know that literally, like, everything we know about, like, everything that is fishy about Epstein happened under Trump? Get that right? Or Trump-adjacent people. How did he get a sweetheart deal? Alex Acosta. What was Alex Acosta's next job? Secretary of Labor. For what presidency? The Trump presidency. The Attorney General of Florida, who oversaw that sweetheart deal, what's she doing now? Oh, she's the Attorney General of the United States under the Trump administration. When Jeffrey Epstein died, Trump was president. And what happened? We said, where's the video? And he's like, oh, we don't know. We lost the video. There is no video. That's crazy. And we all just moved on. And then it turns out there is a video. And then when Trump finally released the video, it had been edited. You have to be like remarkably stupid at this point to be watching all of this and still trying to blame the Democrats. Either remarkably stupid or like willfully stupid. If I like every part of Epstein, almost every connection is literally this administration. Every bit of cover up, like the lawyer for Epstein that negotiated these sweetheart deals, Alan Dershowitz, Trump attorney, Trump buddy, goes on the news all day, every day to defend Trump. What you guys have a really hard time actually finding is some connection between the DNC and Epstein. You're having a really hard time finding that. The closest you can come is saying that Biden didn't release the files, but Biden released some, right? Or you can say like, oh, a lot of these people that were friends with Epstein were Democrats. True. Prominent Democrats who were also accused of doing, like, credibly accused. By the way, Bill Clinton, no accusations from any that I know of from any underage girls of abuse. I'm not saying he didn't. I'm saying there's no accusations. But looking at the people that there are accusations against, Alan Dershowitz was a Democrat, now a Trump sycophant. Donald Trump, who at the time was a Democrat, now he's a Republican. This is like the party switch all over again. You guys take the party that they were members of at the time, and then you ignore the current reality. Everybody that seems to be involved in this cover up are Trump folks. Bill Barr, Trump. Alex Acosta, Trump. Pam Bondi, Trump. Alan Dershowitz, Trump. The people that are lying about it now, Dan Bongino, Trump. Kash Patel, Trump. Pam Bondi, Trump. I know you like seeing that Democrat there, but how come all the Democrats that were friends with Epstein seem to be Republicans now? And why do they all work with Donald Trump now? How'd that happen? All these other Democrats, like, you can't seem to find a connection to. The closest you have is Bill Clinton, and even then, like, I believe that Bill Clinton was on that island. He obviously went on that island. I believe Bill Clinton probably cheated on his wife on that island and on the plane and everywhere else, because that's what Bill Clinton did. That's not news to anybody that Bill Clinton was not faithful to Hillary. He wasn't when he was governor. He got caught. He got caught when he was president. There's hardly a time in his life when he wasn't caught cheating on Hillary. But I do know that I've never seen an accusation. There are no court documents accusing him of abuse. There are with Dershowitz. There are with Trump. And all of those long before these folks ever went into office and became MAGA and Republicans. It's just, your logic doesn't extend very far. Your logic extends as far as you're willing to let your mind, like, accept the idea that maybe all these people who are talking about Christianity aren't good people, which is a good time to remind you that Republicans have a real fucking problem right now. They have a problem with abusing children. Now, this was an older story, but now he's stepping down. R.J. May, a South Carolina Republican lawmaker in jail awaiting trial on charges he distributed sexual abuse involving children, has resigned his seat in the House. This is, I think, the 7th Republican in the last year to be caught with child schmex material. On top of that, this was a story that seems to be only reported in foreign by foreign news organizations, radio silence from American news organizations. An Israeli government cybersecurity official was reportedly arrested recently by Las Vegas police and other authorities in Nevada who were conducting an undercover investigation aimed at online users seeking to sexually prey on children. Tom Alexandrovich, 38, faces felony charges of luring a child with a computer for a sex act alongside several other suspects who were apprehended during the 2-week sting operation, the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department said in a statement published on Friday. He has since been released from custody on $10,000 bail after an initial court appearance, records show, and returned to Israel. Weird. By the way, where's Kash Patel live? Anybody know? Oh, Henderson? Oh, weird. The FBI at the home of like a random billionaire. For some reason, Kash. Did you guys know that Kash lives with like this? He like doesn't have his own house. He just lives with this random billionaire in Henderson, Nevada. I mean, you know that? I don't know. Weird. As first reported by the news site Mediaite, a publicly posted screenshot of Alexandrovich's page on the LinkedIn professional networking platform described him as the executive director of the Israel Cyber Directorate, an Israeli government agency under the purview of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office. Screenshot first reported by Mediaite also showed a post under Alexandrovich's name alluding to his having been in Las Vegas earlier in August for the Black Hat Briefings, a yearly meeting of cybersecurity professionals. Two things you can't escape at Black Hat: the relentless buzz of generative artificial intelligence and the sound of Hebrew in every corridor, Alexandrovich wrote in part of an accompanying post. Invoking an abbreviation for large language models and referring to one of Israel's largest cities, the post continued, the key takeaway: the future of cybersecurity is being written in code, and it seems a significant part of it is being authored in Tel Aviv and powered by LLMs, an exciting time to be in the field. A LinkedIn page under Alexandrovich's name has now since been deleted. The Israeli outlet Yet reported on Wednesday that the U.S. had detained an employee of the Israel National Cyber Directorate for interrogation while he was representing his country at a professional conference. That employee then returned to his hotel and flew back to Israel 2 days later. We're just letting him go back? You guys care about children, though. You care about protecting children, right? We care about these types of crimes, right, Republicans? We're just going to send him back. Israeli officials downplayed the incident, saying it carried no political implications, except for the fact that he's allowed to go. The reasoning for questioning remains unclear, but may relate to the employee's conduct. Mediaite reported that Netanyahu's office issued a statement denying the employee in question had even been arrested. No, it didn't happen. The state employee who traveled to the U.S. for professional matters was questioned by American authorities during his stay. The employee who does not hold a diplomatic visa was not arrested and returned to Israel as scheduled. Weird. Everybody else who was caught is still under investigation. And if you weren't arrested, how did you get a bond? Why was there a bond? He wasn't arrested there. Protecting a genocide, which is killing children, protecting predators. It's the GOP. Hey, Jen.
Crazy.
Hey.
Crazy.
Very crazy. What's up?
I'm just popping into some announcements.
Let me read this real quick. Facts Still Matter said, come on, Jay, you're asking MAGA to think? That's my bad. I should have known better than that.
That's your mistake. Should have known better. Let me see. Did you read Hans? Yeah, did you read that Hans memo?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So we've got about an hour and a half left of the show. We do this each day, Monday through Friday, from 9:30 to 1 Pacific time. This is our job. If you look in that top left-hand corner, I think Jay does need to update the number total. That is the goal we need to knock out each day to keep the lights on so that we can keep doing this. As much as people disagree that this is a job, it is. So earlier, Clay helped us out quite a bit, make a pretty solid dent in the gift goal. So if you guys want to help knock out that remaining balance quick, fast, in a hurry, that would be sweet.
Thanks, Clay.
If you haven't subscribed to us yet, please do so. Wherever your paid memberships or subscribers, we do member-only events. So if you guys would like to join us for those, please hit the subscribe button. If you guys disagree with RTP, if you look at the Venmo username, that is the same as my Discord username. If you want to come up and talk to Jay in real time, how you do that is you send me a message on Discord, add me on Discord, and I can bring you up to talk in real time. You don't have to stay in the comments if you want to actually have an actual conversation. So check out our link tree in the bio. We're on most social media platforms. We've got merch. Jay is on Cameo, and we upload all these episodes to Spotify. So I think that's all. Like I said, an hour and a half left of the show. Roughly $137 left in the gift goal, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Super Chats all go towards knocking out that remaining balance. So, yeah, there's all that. Did you hear about the scientist who was breeding crabs and cheetahs?
I did not.
I can see this going sideways fast.
It's good to see the Andrew Wilson stands in the chat. Great job. You guys are here every day. You're on my Twitter every day, on my YouTube videos every day. It's crazy. You guys can let it go. You can let it go if you want. Or you can keep showing up. You might learn something new today. Because Andrew's a fucking dipshit. So you don't learn anything over there other than like good arguments for why women shouldn't be allowed to vote. But if you want to learn about like economics and policy, this is a good spot for you. You guys might learn something new today. And we welcome you. Thanks for being here. But I do stand by Andrew Wilson as a dipshit. Marion, thank you for the super chat. I want to get into some election stuff. We mentioned this earlier, and we'll get to it in a minute when Trump's talking about mail-in voting. But I wanted to just show this guy. I didn't even get his name. During the commentary period where Texas citizens were allowed to address Texas Republicans who are just cheating for Donald Trump. This man laid it out so clearly and perfectly. I just thought we should all see it.
I think that it's important that we don't pretend that this is serving Texas. This is only serving politicians that are wishing to grovel and scrape for the scraps that are coming off the tables at Mar-a-Lago. There is nothing that benefits from this. I can see you roll your eyes, Chair King, but you know exactly what it is. You know exactly what it is. Families in Austin, Pflugerville, Central Texas, they shouldn't be represented by people north of Houston or in West Texas, out in Midland. And you shouldn't be picking your voters. The voters should be picking you. And at the end of the days, if conservative policies were so effective and so well liked, you wouldn't have to do this. You know that you're losing, and you know that your policies are so inherently unlikable that you're having to cheat. And so instead of doing this, just do a better job. Just draft policies, draft legislation that actually helps everyday Texans. Focus on flood victims. Focus on funding public schools. Actually do something for us. I say this with sincerity, and I can see contempt in some of y'all's faces. And it's no surprise to me, because honestly, I think a lot of you are cowards. You're cowards to the president. You're cowards to the current governor.
I think we could probably say cuck. Cuck is a better word there, but coward also works. I think cuck is the best word. Ironically, like every day somebody comes in and calls me a cuck and a simp, and you guys are all cucks and simps for whoever your leaders might be. Whether it's your favorite content creators that you blindly repeat their talking points, or it's Donald Trump, that's most of what you are. And cuckoldry is basically just people too lazy or unable to put into words what they want to say, and so they just rely on other people to say it, and then they just agree blindly.
Frankly, none of this surprises me. It's a shame that we are where we are, but I guess we are where we are. Thank you.
Members,
I think that it's important that we don't pretend.
I do stand by that. I do stand by. I would look much better than Charlie Kirk in a debate. Nobody ever wins a debate, right? Because they don't score it. So the debate is just like whatever thoughts you came into that debate with. That's probably the thoughts, like whatever the audience says. Most people don't ever change their mind. But I do think that in all of those debates, I will come off looking sane, and that folks like Charlie Kirk come out looking like an insane person. So I still stand by that. Charlie Kirk can debate me anytime he wants. I welcome the invitation. I'll be looking for that. This is what we were talking about earlier, though, that Trump said weirdly that there's no countries in the world that allow mail-in voting, which just isn't true. He also said that Putin said that the mail-in voting is a problem. It was bizarre. Trump went to meet with Putin, and then all he talked about was like the same shit he always talks about. It was a very bizarre meeting. I think that's why a lot of us are confused at what happened in that meeting. Why a lot of us are waiting to hear what happened in that meeting, because the stuff Trump talked about after the meeting had absolutely nothing to do with the ceasefire in Russia or any sort of negotiation with Russia. It was legitimately just Trump like complaining about the same shit he's been complaining about for 5 years.
Exactly. Well, look, this is Vladimir Putin, as usual, trying to manipulate U.S. domestic politics. I've seen him do this over and over again, including at Helsinki, when he set the president off, not in the press conference, but before that, in a whole diatribe against his political enemies, because Putin deliberately asked him about this. So Putin...
CJM, I don't think I said every televised debate. I think I said everyone I have watched. I've never seen Charlie Kirk win a debate with anybody that wasn't just like a college student. Any like organized debate I've ever seen him in. I've seen him at Politicon. I saw him with Kyle Kalinske. I saw him with Sam Cedar. Obviously the Oxford debates. I do think he loses every time he's in like an organized debate.
Knows that President Trump wants to have an acknowledgement of his self-assertion that the war wouldn't have happened had he been in the presidency. And so Putin's giving him something that plays well for President Trump in
Cambridge. I always say Oxford. Cambridge. Thank you.
His own domestic environment. It doesn't play well in the international environment where people know things are much more complicated. But it's basically a gift and a concession to President Trump himself. And Putin wants to sow chaos in the American electoral system ahead of the midterms. So of course he's laid into this whole issue of mail-in voting. And President Trump asserted in his Fox News interview that there are no countries in the world that allow mail-in voting. Well, Russia allows mail-in voting. And if everybody wants to go out and look, they can look for themselves. In 2020, President Vladimir Putin signed into law Russians being able to vote by mail and also on the internet.
All right, so there's a reason that Putin does this. And this is just him playing Donald Trump. Putin allows Donald Trump to like take his grievances, and then Putin will agree with it. And then Trump's like, see? Because all Trump really wants is validation that the crazy things he says are true. So Putin will say, Putin doesn't give a fuck. Putin doesn't care if you guys find out later on that he was cool with mail-in voting and that they vote on the internet in Russia. He doesn't care about that. He's just like, yeah, sure, Donald, I agree with you. And Trump's like, see, this guy's smart. And then you guys go, see? And that's how you wind up becoming friends with Putin. That's how you guys wind up repeating his talking points. That's how you guys all sound like Russian state media now. Because all it takes to get you to side with him is him praising Trump. And then Trump saying, oh, he's so great because he thinks what we think. And then you go, oh, he thinks what I think, so now I'm on his side. That's how you've all become like Russian state media. It's because you just think that everything, anytime somebody agrees with Trump, they're smart. And Putin knows that, and he's playing you. He's playing Trump, and he's playing you. And he just comes over and he tells Trump how great he is, and then he gets gifts from Trump, because that's how Trump operates. Completely transactional.
And more than 30 other countries also allow some forms of mail-in voting. So it's just not true that other countries, including Russia, don't use this. It's a pure, blatant piece of manipulation. And that's the kind of thing that Putin likes to do.
And of course, I don't think you would endorse the outcome of that voting system, and that those elections are rigged in Russia, correct?
Of course. And I mean, basically, Putin wants to see us tie ourselves up in knots between now and the midterms. He's trying to sow chaos. And he's just basically used his time with President Trump to push that along. Again, it's a diversion. It's a distraction, really, from the negotiations on Ukraine, because Putin doesn't really want to give anything up. So he gives up basically something that plays well in the political arena for President Trump, and something that actually plays very badly for the United States in its own political arena, which is the mail-in voting point that he made.
She makes a good point there. Those elections are rigged. You can rig any election. You can cheat on any election as long as you have access to like how the votes are counted. The big lie that's been told over and over and over again, specifically after the 2020 election, is that the way these elections are rigged are through mail-in voting, and and what they did in 2000 Mules is they tried to say that somehow somebody got access to all of these ballots, and they went and they filled these ballots out for Joe Biden, and then they dumped them at like ballot drop-offs. That was stupid always. And anybody who's ever worked in election security or worked on elections, they know that the places where you can cheat in an election come with the tabulation. So if you're going to look at people cheating on elections, you need to look at the vote counting mechanism, either by the people that are counting the votes, the electronics that tabulate or count the votes. Those are the places where it's going to be easiest. Or you could look at things like ballot stuffing, where you have multiple ballots stuffed in one envelope. And anytime you look at those things, which we review all the time, anytime you look at these ways people can cheat, it's important to have a Republican and a Democrat. It's important to have two different sets of eyes on it, both who would want their candidate to win, right? So that way you never have like two biased people just allowing stealing to come in. Elections can be fraudulent. It happens in Russia every fucking time. There's even a thing, I'm going to get to this in a minute, called the Russian tail. And what the Russian tail is, and the reason that everybody agrees that Russia cheats in elections is because you'll see like these votes, and you'll see like leading into like the beginning of voting, you'll have like a small amount of votes, and then the graph will go up, and it peaks around the time like on election day. You'll see a lot more votes coming in, and then you'll see it drop off. And then when you see a Russian tail, what you'll see is every election's like this. It goes up and then it goes down. And what you'll see with the Russian tail is it'll go up, it'll go down, and then right at the end, all of a sudden, you'll see like it'll go up again. And those votes don't make any sense. Those votes will always go to Putin. There's always, at the end of every election, there's just this little thing at the end, and all these votes that come in late somehow all go towards Putin. It's been identified by other countries as they call it the Russian tail, and it's something that every country looks at when they're studying election fraud. It's one of the things that was kind of missing in the 2020 election. It's a reason that other countries didn't take the election fraud in this country very seriously, because the stuff that in 2020 they were talking about is they were talking about things like ballot harvesting and dropping off. They were trying to prove that these ballots, which came in sealed in an envelope one by one, that those were actually manipulated and they were filled out, and that's how they stole the election. That's why no other country really got on board with this. That's why 2,000 Mules now has been debunked. They've had to come out and admit that the evidence that they used has been debunked, and that there was no real evidence for their claims in the first place, so they wouldn't be sued. But that's why the rest of the world looks at elections like we had in obviously in Russia, and then where was the one we just had? Was it Turkey? Where was the one we had where Sean Ryan went out there? Somebody help me. Trying to remember, what country was that? It wasn't Turkey. It was. Anyways, somebody remember what country that was in? All right. Anyways, we'll get to more on that. It wasn't Brazil. It was Romania. Thank you, Romania. Thank you. So now Trump is saying he's going to change mail-in voting, and for the rest of this show today, I want you to know that I'm going to be a conspiracy theorist. I also want you to know that nothing I say the rest of the show should be taken as fact, as far as like for a conclusion. I'm going to float a conspiracy theory that I didn't come up with for the rest of the show, and I'm doing this because I don't think it has got enough attention. And I do think, shout out to Danielle, who's been blowing me up for maybe 2 or 3 months now to cover this information. And I've been hesitant to cover this information because I don't want to do the same type of shit that Republicans did in 2020. And I don't want to claim election fraud. So I want to be clear. I'm not going to claim election fraud. I am going to allow for conspiracy theories. And I do think that when you go over this information, I think that 1, many of you should have a different conclusion than I do. 2, I think you should have an open mind. And 3, I think you should figure out, can you explain this in a different way? Is there a different explanation for how this stuff happened? And I'm going to try my best to offer different explanations that aren't necessarily my opinion, but ways out of this discussion. But Donald Trump went out after this with Putin. Some will call this a distraction. I think that maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But he said, I'm going to lead a movement to get rid of mail-in ballots. And also, while we're at it, highly inaccurate, very expensive, and seriously controversial voting machines. I think it's strange that Trump is going after mail-in ballots and voting machines when neither of those things has been proven in this country to cause problems. Ironically, mail-in voting is what got Trump, is what won Trump the election in 2024. And I'll show you some of that data. Ironically, without mail-in voting, Trump wouldn't have won. And I'm also going to show you some videos that cast the doubt on whether or not these voting machines can be hacked, which, by the way, even in 2020, it was proven that they can be manipulated. But you have to connect. You have to do one of two things. You either have to be able to connect to the network that they are on, and most of them aren't on a network, or you have to get to these machines beforehand, and you have to program the machines beforehand. I'm going to point out a couple of things that are unusual. Specifically, the quote from Joe Rogan saying that like 4 hours before they called the election, Elon Musk just left. He's like, "Oh, we won," before these votes were even tallied. I'm going to point out a lot of things that are very fishy. But the very fact that Donald Trump now is talking about two very specific things that allegations have shown there's some evidence that these votes were manipulated. Now Donald Trump is going against these very processes. The very processes that put him in office right now are what he's attacking, which costs 10 times more than accurate and sophisticated watermark paper, which is faster and leaves no doubt. At the end of the evening, as to who won and who lost the election, we are now the only country in the world that uses mail-in voting, which of course is a lie. All others gave it up because of the massive voter fraud encountered. Of course, that is a lie, but Republicans won't care. We will begin this effort, which will be strongly opposed by the Democrats because they cheat at levels never before seen by signing an executive order to help bring honesty to the 2026 midterms. You want us to believe that Donald Trump is now going and redistricting in states. He's cheating to get states to redistrict so he gets more votes. You want us to believe this is an election integrity move? Nobody even in Texas is saying that the way that they're redrawing these lines is accurate based on representation. Everybody in Texas is saying, yeah, we're cheating. We're going to cheat now. This is just what we're doing. I think you could make an argument that the reason that they are doing this is because it's starting to become a little bit obvious that there was some, I don't know if you want to say fuckery. There were some big things that happened in the 2024 election that I haven't seen an explanation for. So I'm going to just jump right into it. This is Nathan Taylor. Nathan Taylor runs a program or a YouTube channel called the Election Truth Alliance. They have been going over swing state voting data for months now, and they have been raising the alarm that perhaps there were anomalies in the 2024 election. Again, some people are going to be more conspiratorial than others. I don't think that this video that I'm about to show you proves that the election was manipulated or stolen. What it does prove, however, is that there are some very, very strange similarities between the 2024 election and elections that we've seen across the world where the world largely accepts these are stolen elections. Nathan Taylor went on the Titus podcast, which is this podcast, and this is edited down to 50 minutes. It's going to take up the rest of our show. It's edited down to 50 minutes to show the highlights and to show the data, and it cuts out some of the conversation. The Titus podcast is friendly to Nathan Taylor. They're not cutting out anything. I've seen the whole thing. They're not cutting out anything that they're not hiding anything from it. They're just mostly cutting out commentary from the Titus podcast that didn't need to be in the show. So we're going to talk about it. Again, conspiratorial. I'm not making an allegation. I'm very careful about making allegations without proof. But you're going to see some things that are very questionable. And I think that the reason I've decided to jump into this now is because I'm watching this administration do things to stop the type of problems that we're going to see here. So all this stuff that has been uncovered in this election, due largely, I think, in part to Elon Musk's access and Elon Musk and Trump having this split. I think there's at least like some smoke here. I think that this is worth an investigation. So 50 minutes here. We'll see what happens with TikTok. It may get taken down for misinformation. Some of this may be misinformation. What I want you to do, pay attention to mostly though, is not necessarily the rhetoric, because I think the Titus podcast at the end of this is 100% convinced that the election was stolen. I'm not. I don't agree with their conclusions, but I will say the data is alarming.
Broke it down in a way. He's pretty heady as a dentist.
Danielle said, "Thank you so much for covering this. All I want is a safe and secure midterms and help pressuring the states to allow full audits." You guys can thank Danielle for this. That's Danielle who's been pressuring me. at the same time, I don't want to stop this too much. Sorry, I know I just started there. If you guys could help us knock out that gift goal, I promise to read all the comments at the end. I don't really want to stop this and do the comments. So if you could help us knock that out, Jen will be reminding you in the chat. And we've got about an hour left. It's a 50-minute video, so I'm going to try and do my best.
We call him a very smart man,
Yes.
very Dennis-y, very.
It's a compliment.
And
It's a compliment.
and he didn't do it. He's not a dumb guy like me. He's a really smart guy. And
We can't even say the word statistics.
You and I had to practice.
That was our prep.
Statistical. We had to practice it yesterday. I watched it twice, and then I talked about it on the podcast, and it was 10. Just
I'm gonna skip to him.
Thank you for having.
Sorry, I'm going to skip their coverage. This is Nathan Taylor. He's the co-founder of Election Truth Alliance.
You were on another podcast, not as good as this one, but it was another one, and I saw everything you did, and it sucked me in so hard. And I'm as she knows, I'm not a math guy, and I had to watch it twice, and we finally got to a place where I was like, holy shit! And whatever I cleared up here when I talked to our people, they went through the roof watching it. So. Tell me about Election Truth Alliance. Tell me what you guys do, why you guys do what you do, and what you're up to. And then we'll get into the stuff where you're like, what?
The data.
Yeah.
So
you got excited. Look at it. He goes, the data.
Well, so listen. All right. The ETA conceptually doesn't care about political parties, right? We're nonpartisan, and that's why the data matters. Is because
this is why I loved it, because the way you presented it was not him like I do. It was just data. And I always say, this is one of my big phrases, fact me or fuck off. Because that's what we do on the show. Okay. And you facted the shit out of me. I was like, all right, we got to.
So the ETA is the Electoral Truth Alliance.
Right.
It is only a few months old. It was founded just after the election. The main thing was seeing the margins of victory after election night and the way that it occurred. And we'll talk about it in the presentation. You had briefly talked about it as well, and I believe your last podcast where you highlighted 7 swing states being one for one candidate. That's not happened in a very long time. And what was
it Reagan? Was it Reagan?
I think it was Reagan in 1984. So we'll have the hard numbers.
Meaning that those 7 swing states obviously are crucial to any candidate.
That's how you.
But typically it's split.
I just also want you guys to recognize in the comments, you'll watch as the data becomes more and more obvious that something alarming happened. You will see the attacks on me go higher and higher. I'm going to be called hateful a lot here because we're simply presenting evidence and data, which is probably the thing that MAGA conservatives hate the most. I'm hoping that most of you guys go away because we're going to talk about data and you don't understand any of this shit anyways. But on the off chance you can do math and you voted for Donald Trump, you may want to stick around.
Kamala would get some, Trump would get some, right?
So I got together with a few other people. We started talking, what is the chances of this occurring and all the weird stuff that happened. We talked about bomb threats. And so that tipped me off. That tipped off Lily and Jive, who were there's 3 of us, the co-founders of the Electoral Truth Alliance.
What was the first thing you guys noticed? Like where you thought we have to dig into this deeper?
Did you want the PowerPoint for this portion?
We are
sure.
so
Anytime.
Right.
You pulled it up anytime you want.
Right. Well, so
we're excited. It's like porn for us.
I anticipated this. So here you are. Here's your hey, what the crap was going on? And this is the concerns.
Okay, let's go over each one. 200 bomb threats. Were those mostly in Democratic districts?
So these were spread out throughout the country, but they were focused more around larger population centers. And they came in through email. We have kind of a breakdown slide to follow. What was concerning here, and people are like, hey, why? Why would you have done bomb threats? With my background, I forgot to mention my background specifically, but I'm
sorry. I'm going to read some questions that come up. But you say, why gerrymandering if they won all the swing states? Because the swing states, winning all the swing states, they won the presidency, right? But you have to remember that, like the representatives, they're voted on only by their constituents. So in their district, it's not a statewide vote for your representative, right? You vote for your representative, but your friends who have a different representative, they don't vote for your representative. One of the alarming things the first thing that caught my eye on the election, and one of the reasons that this data really resonated with me is I live in Arizona, and Donald Trump won Arizona fairly convincingly, and yet Democrats won the Senate, which doesn't make any sense, and the governorship. It didn't make a great deal of sense that all of these Republicans, for some reason, and all of these Democrats apparently for some reason that switched allegedly, voted for Trump as president, but then voted in a Republican or a Democrat for governor and a Democrat for Senate. It's the same voting block. It's the same people voting for all 3 of those. How did Democrats do so well when Republicans didn't? In a lot of these swing states, you had a Democrat win the governorship or a Senate seat, and Trump won the presidency. And That never made any sense. That is an anomaly that almost never happens. That was, for me, the first indicator of, whoa. And I admit that there's a chance out there that there are a lot of people who only voted for president and they didn't vote down ballot. You look at the money that Elon Musk said he was going to pay out for people to vote. There's a scenario where people could literally just turn in a ballot and they just vote for Trump at the top and they didn't vote anybody else down ballot and they turned it in. That, by the way, that's the explanation of how you're going to explain all this data. In order for all this data to not be alarming, you have to accept the idea that millions of people voted just for Donald Trump and then didn't vote down ballot, right? That's going to be that's what the defense would be if this were to go to court.
Cybersecurity guy, but I was a 25 Bravo computer tech specialist in the Army Reserves. So I kind of saw a little bit of everything. And the red flag for this was, given the way our system works, and we'll talk about, the more of the equipment, it's why would you have bomb threats on election night? And who investigated this, right? Because that's a big deal. Why are we getting bomb threats?
Especially 200 of them.
All over the country. And the concern here is it's not as much who did them, but what could have been the impacts.
And my question is for people listening and not watching, what he's talking about is there were over 200 bomb threats on election day.
Has this ever happened?
Largely in swing states.
Not that I have found or recall.
So we've had in our election history in America, at least in the recent history, and let's go back to 1900. We've never had a bunch of bomb threats called in. It seems like a plan. 200 bomb threats on election day. It seems like a coordinated plan, doesn't it?
But here's your bomb threats. I know all over the U.S. They're not just located in the swing states. But you do see a lot in Pennsylvania, as we're going to highlight.
You do see a lot in the Pennsylvania.
And our data focuses on Pennsylvania a lot.
Wow.
But it was very spread out. So it wasn't just the swing states. 7 swing states for one candidate. When was the last time, and what does that even look like? When was the last time someone did something like this, as you said, 1984, Ronald Reagan? The swing states were slightly different then, but he won 49 out of the 50 states.
Right.
And what's important here is he won with a super majority of the votes of the locations. And even then, as we'll highlight in a following slide, we look at the actual counties that are won per state and see where those don't add up either.
How old are you, by the way, man?
I'm 26.
Okay, so just so you know, I was alive during this, and I remember when this happened. The reason that Reagan destroyed, Jimmy Carter came across as kind of a nebbishy kind of, we all know that Carter ended up being the best humanitarian, probably like Mother Teresa level, right? But I remember at the time, we were demoralized. The helicopter crash when he tried to get the hostages out, all that stuff. And I remember Reagan was like, we're gonna go in, and he was just, we needed Reagan at that time because we had been demoralized. Mm-hmm. I remember Reagan winning. No one had a question why he won. So keep going. Go ahead.
So from 24 to 20. So 20 is the first, and you see it shift. I want
to highlight MAGA. If you guys could play the game with us, that'd be great. What we're doing is not drawing a conclusion here. We're giving you the data. It is crazy to watch you guys in real time make excuses for this. We have MAGA in here that are like, oh, all of those boom threats were just Democrats calling them in. You don't know that either. I don't know. Like, if we're going to be good faith here, I'm trying to be good faith. I don't know who called them in either. But it is weird to watch you guys in real time create a new narrative, how this isn't alarming. Do you understand, like, how dipshit that is on your end? When I say that you're lazy, this is what I mean. When I say you're intellectually lazy, this is exactly what I mean. You are creating stories. You have no evidence for your stories, and you are telling yourself a story that then you convince yourself is true, all so that you don't have to accept reality of what we're about to see. I'm not drawing a conclusion here. It's ironic that you guys are. It's ironic right now that, like, we're playing this. I'm saying, like, this is a conspiracy theory. I can't prove this. We want to get to the bottom of it. And we are 7 minutes in, and you have already constructed a narrative based on evidence you know nothing about. You've just learned this, and you've already constructed a narrative to defend Donald Trump. I would just say to you individually, what does that say about you? Honestly, think about it. What does it say about you? It says when you are presented with evidence that is counter to your beliefs, you will create a narrative and a story to not believe it. This is a knee-jerk reaction to bad data that doesn't necessarily look great, and you're creating a divide already. You're blaming Democrats. You're shifting the blame off of Republicans, and you have no clue. And I just want to point out that anybody right now at this point, either side, who has constructed a narrative and said this is what this means, all of you are unable to take new information and analyze it as a whole. You should not be drawing any conclusions until this is over. It was 7 minutes in. I promise you, you don't have enough evidence right now to say that this is one side or the other. I promise you're not there yet. At the end, I think you're going to have some pretty good evidence at the end to say, like, maybe if something happened, who perpetrated it. We're not there yet.
I like this because to win a state, you must win a majority of the votes across the counties. You win the counties generally. And so what we see is in the 24 election, for the Republican candidate for president, they flipped 88 counties to their party this time around, and the Democrats flipped 0.
Wow.
0 counties. And you see it all across the country. It's not just in the swing states. This is a concern because
it's impossible.
The last, like, even when in 1984, right, Ronald Reagan, landslide victory, Mondale still flipped 30 counties blue. And this was nowhere close to that level. And 0 counties flipped to the Democrats is a concern.
Let me add the humanity part of it. This also wasn't some crazy badass like Obama figure that came in and we knew that he was just the best. Right? He's going to flip 80. This was a guy who literally had just got out of court. The only reason he avoided going to jail was because he won the presidency. So this was a guy who we saw be a scumbag over and over. He actually, 1 million died on his watch last time. This guy does not have, again, couldn't sell water, steak, and vodka.
The guy who had already lost.
The guy who already lost election before. So for that guy to come in after what he did with COVID.
I do think you should largely ignore what like Titus is saying. These are all opinion stuff. This is not fact. This is his opinion. I don't think that he adds a great deal here. I want to look at the data.
Years ago, and it was FDR. And do you guys understand, everybody listening and watching, that Reagan, the white Jesus to the Republican Party, Reagan won 49 of 50 states, and still Mondale flipped 30 counties blue.
And Kamala Harris, the first. Just women alone.
Yeah.
Also, we've also got women getting all the rights taken away, and we have a woman like Modi president. Like it's going to be history making, and for some reason we didn't flip one.
In the investigation that NADC was doing, also the companies ES&S, one of the top 3 voting machine companies producers, their website says 0 of those tabulators are connected to the internet. ES&S then told NBC News that 14,000 of their DS200 tabulators with online modems are currently in use. They then asked Hart. They said approximately 1,600 tabulators in 11 counties in Michigan, and Dominion declined to respond.
Now, I covered this actually before the election, but I went to a DNC meeting because I wanted to see what a couple of people had to say. Greg Freeman and the other guy was Tim Stringham. They were the candidates for Maricopa County for county assessor and county recorder. And Tim Stringham it was a very small meeting. There was like 20 people there. There was almost nobody there. And I talked to Tim for a while after, and then I saw him again at an event. But Tim Stringham told me about how in Maricopa County, and I don't think he was ahead of this. I think that Tim Stringham was identifying a different problem. But Tim Stringham told me that in Maricopa County, which is the largest, I believe it's the most populated county in the country. I'm pretty sure that's right. I don't think it's just area. I think it's population, the biggest county in the country. And after the election in 2020, we had multiple audits of the Arizona election trying to prove that Donald Trump won. None of these audits gave any. In fact, every audit concluded that Joe Biden got like a handful more votes than he actually got. But one of the things that he was concerned about is that they took people like the cyber ninjas who didn't know how to run a forensic audit. And what cyber ninjas did, and what every other one of these audits did, is they found back doors into the voting machines. So what they said they were doing is they were trying to prove that the election was stolen by identifying a back door. And then when they accessed basically the entire network in Maricopa County, and they put in a back door to the network in Maricopa County. And what that required Maricopa County to do once it was caught, now Republicans opposed this. Republicans didn't want to pay for this. But by law, after they exposed these back doors into our network, they had to replace every single router in the county. That include prisons, libraries, police stations, city hall. Every single router in the county we had to replace at the cost of millions of dollars. And what Tim was telling me is basically like, hey, this cost us money, and this is money that could have went towards like education, but now we can't use it towards education. This cost taxpayers in Maricopa County millions of dollars because they had people here that didn't know what they were doing that created a back door. Fair enough. That might be the whole story. When I saw this, I immediately thought of what Tim told me. And when you see this, you'll see like they were clearly looking for a back door. What also happened in the following midterm election is you had a bunch of MAGA loyalists, and I'm talking about people who had no business running for election seats. MAGA loyalists running for recorder, for assessor, for election boards. It was all MAGA loyalists that were put in there, like Carrie Lake's friends. They all got put in these boards. So by the time 2024 rolled around, I believed that although we had loyalists, there were enough protections put in place by people like Stringham, who had figured out that there was a backdoor into our election system to protect. Now, I don't know if he did. I don't know if he did protect us. I do know, however, that for 4 years, Republicans in Arizona were attacking our infrastructure and creating backdoors without telling anybody into our infrastructure. I know for a fact that happened. I also know for a fact that in these swing states, Elon Musk was demanding that we use Starlink. All this time, like, remember when Starlink was like all Republicans would talk about? Now nobody really talks about Starlink anymore, but it was imperative that we get Starlink on the ground in these swing states. Again, these are just things that, like, as I watched this, like, alarm bells started ringing, like, oh shit, these stories do kind of connect. Maybe these stories do connect.
So suddenly, wait, because we've been told.
I thought you zero. You said it was zero, guys.
Yeah.
Did you say it was zero?
Concern here is if you compromised the top two and a few other tabulator systems across the U.S., you can change the outcome of an election because these are used across the United States.
Right.
The argument was there's no way our elections could be compromised because every state runs their own elections. Every state has separate systems. That is incorrect. Here's my favorite part, because now we're actually going to talk numbers. We're going to talk, we can
Look
talk.
how excited he just got. We're going to talk numbers.
All right. So I'm going to highlight Pennsylvania specifically for this. I don't know if you've seen.
Just one last note on that. Republicans tried over and over and over again to sue Dominion and Smartmatic to get access to their voting machines. And they did get access to them to figure out if you could backdoor them. Again, they found no evidence of voter fraud, but Republicans for 4 straight years, while under the guise of we're checking on the election, they did get access to these voting tabulators. They definitely were able to create a backdoor multiple times, which then we were told was caught and sealed off. Was it? I don't know.
Some of the concerns there, but we did some analysis for 3 of the largest counties of Pennsylvania. Obviously, one is Philadelphia. That's the most heavily populated.
Wait. Am I reading that correctly? So of the 200 plus bomb threats, 32 counties in Pennsylvania were hit?
At least 32. That's almost, I think that's almost half of their counties. Yep. And
what?
And these were the more densely populated areas.
Philly.
Yeah. And the main concern here as well is there was so much going on in Philadelphia on election night. We pulled some videos.
Because Pennsylvania was super important.
It was very important.
If not the most important state. Yes. Would you agree?
I would agree.
Okay.
Very large amount of the Electoral College votes are Pennsylvania.
How many electoral votes is Pennsylvania?
I'll have to double check, but it is a lot. It's
okay. Second, let's kind of.
I think let me guess. 17. I'll have to double check. I don't think that's right. Something around there. They did do audits though, and this is why I think
19.
19. Ooh, too off.
That's a lot.
So that is a lot compared to some of these other swing states. Pennsylvania is kind of a need for a lot of people to win. You can do it other ways, but Pennsylvania really helps you win. So they did do audits after the election, and so the 2 audits they did is they did a 2% audit across the state. Each county, 2% of the votes or 2,000 ballots. Either one, whichever one was less. And then they did a risk limiting audit of the 32 counties for the state treasurer's race. I'm going to highlight these things. So a risk limiting audit specifically is you're going to do X% of the votes, and then you're going to pretty much say, hey, the risk is low that there was manipulation because we checked.
Everything looks right.
We checked.
Vance Moss, what they determined that there were backdoors is nobody actually said that they confirmed. No cybersecurity firms confirmed that there were backdoors during the 2020 election. What they confirmed is they figured out a way to backdoor them. Their evidence that the 2020 election was stolen was that they figured out a way that it potentially could have happened.
And everywhere we checked was
percentage wise, it looks okay.
Yeah, it's a sampling. You're sampling. So the problem is they only did the state treasurer race. So if you're,
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Wait.
For the risk limiting, yeah.
They only wait.
Yeah.
Wait. The presidential election, they did just the state treasurer.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. I don't understand. What's the point? Whose idea is it to go? Hey, let's just the big thing this time is the state treasurer race. You want to make sure that makes no sense at all. Why would you wouldn't you sample all the? That doesn't make any sense.
Yep. And the concern was as well, they did sample a few of the races for the audit of 2%, the presidential race. But the problem is, here's what we want to highlight. Okay. And as we talk about data, is if you were to compromise tabulation machines and do it in a very specific way, you would already have prepared to defeat these audits.
Right.
They're a sample.
Remember what they're saying here, just so we're clear. The reason that they're talking about the fact that they didn't choose the presidential race on these ballots, and the reason that like they don't feel, as the Election Truth Alliance, they don't feel that was an appropriate audit, is because you had anomalies all over the country where Democrats won down ballot, but Trump won at the top of the ballot. And so the anomaly seems to be the top of the ballot. So why are we going way down ballot and looking at other races to determine whether or not we should have an audit? Now, think about this: if you're a Democrat and a Republican, and you work in the state government, and you say we need to audit the election, knowingly or unknowingly, there's a scenario where Republicans could be instructed, yeah, do an audit, but like don't do it at the top of the ticket. Just because this is going to be it's going to be more transparent if you just randomly pick one of the down ballot races to determine whether or not we had election fraud. And that would eliminate the top of the ballot fuckery that election fraud is alleging here. So that's why they're saying like choosing this race was interesting, because the anomaly that started this investigation was the fact that at the top of the ticket in many states, the Republican won, and down ballot, the Democrats won. So we want to know why there's this anomaly at the top of the ticket, and choosing a down ballot race wouldn't give us any data on the anomaly where the top of the ticket won from the party that lost most of the way down the ballot.
Based audit. But the bottom line is they're undersampling the denser places. And as we'll talk about in our data, if you're changing votes, if you're switching votes, you're doing them at higher turnout. You're doing them at places where more people are voting.
Yeah.
And
that's
you're auditing the opposite places.
All right, let's go back to the charts.
And it gets a little deeper too.
Oh, come on.
Because are you familiar with drop-off analysis?
Drop-off. Okay. All right. No, go. You go.
Yeah. So what?
Look, I'll try to shut up. It's hard for me.
No, ask your questions. I like anything you're like, hey, I have no idea what you're talking about.
All right. I have no idea what you're talking about. Go to drop-off analysis.
That's why I'm here. So, so the way you read this is a comparison for Pennsylvania, all the counties in the state. And what we're looking at is how many votes the presidential candidate got for each party,
right,
compared to another race of their party. So in this case,
right.
It's the
so all the down ballot races. It should be the same pretty much.
And so here's the senator, right? The president versus the senator. So red is Trump,
got it.
Blue is Harris.
Right.
We're going to start on the left,
right?
So you have 0%. That is the amount of votes the senator got. Okay. So 0. So if both the president and the senator got the same amount of votes, you're going to be 0. This is going to exist.
Got it.
So as you get further, you're going to see the percentage of both candidates in how many votes they got. And what's interesting about Pennsylvania is they had some interesting counties, but this is averaged out. So this is every county in the state. We're going to, in the next slide, highlight the counties individually, and you'll see the change.
Why on election day is the percentage so
that
higher?
Is the question.
Why?
So why is it? Yeah. So the way you're looking at it, right?
That makes no sense.
Mail in.
That's about right.
Both candidates get around 1 to 2%.
Right.
This is consistent with past elections. Why is the presidential candidate getting so many more?
That makes no sense.
And why is it only happening on election day? And what's important to notice here is the argument is, hey, could this be caused by Democrats voting mail-in aggressively and Republicans showing up, election day early voting, right? And that's the argument, is saying, hey, as said, people don't trust mail-in voting.
Right.
The problem is this isn't the amount of votes. This isn't, are the Democrats winning or losing each? It's how is the president compared to the next down ballot race?
Yeah.
Which is a potential symptom of other things. And so the reason why we're highlighting this is we would expect to see both.
Just in case like that wording doesn't make sense, what we're talking about here is not these numbers would be different, by the way. If this was mail-in versus election day, what you would see here on mail-in, if we were just comparing like the number of votes, and that's not what we're looking at, you would see that this blue line for Democrats would be higher mail-in and lower for Republicans. Republicans don't generally win mail-in. That's not what this is showing. Again, this is the difference between the votes at the top of the ticket and the next ballot down. So this isn't an argument where like, oh yeah, well, Republicans vote more on election day. This is showing the disparity of the down ballot difference. So what you're saying is in mail-in ballots, you had like a small disparity where Trump won at the top and then Democrats won at the bottom, but then it massively increased on election day, which is kind of like alarming. Is there an explanation for that? Potentially. But in order for this to not be a statistical anomaly or to have an explanation for this, and the reason I believe that you need to do an audit at the top of the ticket is because in order for this to be true, to be accurate, what we would see is if you went through and you counted the ballots, you would see a bunch of ballots where either Trump was at the top and then basically everything else was left blank. That's what we would have to see. And that's why going down ballot and looking at races that aren't at the top of the ticket doesn't give us any insight to this. That's why we need to look at the top of the ballot, because this is a statistical anomaly. This is something we've never seen before. Could there be an explanation for it? Sure, but that explanation would have to be hundreds of thousands of voters came in, dropped off a ballot just for Donald Trump. And that's why those need to be audited. And if by the way, you do an audit, I think that there is a scenario where this could have happened. But why, and Danielle said from the beginning, like, I'm not necessarily saying that there was cheating. I just want an audit done correctly. We need to audit the top. This is clear evidence that we need to audit the top. If something happened that has never happened before, and there's no real, like, sensible explanation, just audit it. Just go in and do an audit. Again, I'm not claiming that there was cheating. There could have been. There could not have been. There could have been hundreds of thousands of people who voted just for Trump on election day. But we need to see that. Otherwise, like, we're looking at a scenario where we can now cheat on elections and we just don't do an audit. The audit is part of the reason that people trust the system. Even in Arizona, like, we had 5 audits on the top of the ticket in Arizona. And they basically confirmed that the election was in the clear in 2020. 0 audits on the top of the ticket here.
Both be similar. And because they're not, as you mentioned, this could be a symptom of vote manipulation. This is 24 for Pennsylvania. This is all votes.
All right, explain what this is. Go ahead.
So it's the same thing. It's just we're looking at each county as a bar. Similar to what we saw before. It's 0% is the amount of votes the senator got in this case. If you're above the line, you got more votes than the senator as the president. And if you're below the line, you got less.
Wow.
And so averaging things out before kind of paints a little bit of a picture. But now we're going to talk about consistency across what?
Because everything below the line except for one little tiny one
is the Democrats. Yep. And so here's the concern here.
This is the one that upset me when I watched it. What does it normally look like? What is a normal election day?
A normal election is going to just look like absolute chaos, up, down. Both candidates are going to be above and below the line per county. Here we're seeing that the only consistent underperformance is the Democrats. And it's almost always mirroring. Anywhere the Democrats are really low, the Republicans are generally higher. And
so each of these lines here, each line represents a county in Pennsylvania. And you can see, like, there's very few times where a Democrat is overperforming, but it's almost exclusively Republicans overperforming, again, just at the top of the ticket in every one of these counties. That type of straight across, like, again, that means one of two things. Either Donald Trump was so popular that he just won at the top of the ticket and nobody voted, or we've got something worth looking at here. I think no matter what, it's something worth looking at. We've never seen a graph like this. This doesn't exist in other elections. It doesn't make a great deal of sense.
Concern there is, if you were to be changing votes from one candidate to the other, it's going to cause a pattern, a drop-off type of pattern. And so I'm going to show you the next slide. Okay. And here's what's important. This is all the votes. I'm going to show you mail-in versus election day.
Oh, it's gonna hurt.
Mail-in.
If you go, good question. Why don't they show the other years? If you go to Election Truth Alliance, they have all of these graphs. This is just the slideshow that he prepared for this, which is what I'm showing. But you can go look at other years. I've looked at it. You can go look at other years, and you can see that they're different.
On the left versus election day on the right. And here we're seeing that the only consistent underperformance is the Democrats. And it's almost always mirroring. Anywhere the Democrats are really low, the Republicans are generally higher. And the concern there is, if you were to be changing votes from one candidate to the other, it's going to cause a pattern, a drop-off type of pattern. And so I'm going to show you the next slide. Okay. And here's what's important. This is all the votes. I'm going to show you mail-in versus election day.
Oh, it's gonna hurt.
Mail-in on the left versus election day on the right. And so remember we talked about a significant overperformance for Trump on election day?
Yes.
We're seeing the underperformance for Harris mirroring on election day. Mail-in looks far more random, chaotic, and normal. We don't see as much underperformance for the Democrats. We see this across multiple swing states, the same consistency.
Again, the argument here for Republicans would be that just more people on election day showed up and voted just for Trump. That's what they're saying. And again, for anybody who's in here that's hysterical about this video, like, we don't know the answer. You don't know the answer. I don't know the answer. We should have audits. We didn't oppose audits, by the way. All of these states audited the 2020 election. Pennsylvania audited the 2020 election. Arizona audited the 2020 election. You guys were all for audits in 2020, but not now. And by the way, you didn't get much opposition. In Arizona, you never got opposition for the audits until like the third, the fourth, and the fifth one. And we're like, this is costing millions of dollars. You guys can't find any evidence. How many more audits do we need to do? But there wasn't a lot of pushback. You had bipartisan support for these audits everywhere. From the top, Republicans are being told in these states, do not audit the top of the ticket. For whatever reason, in 2020 we audited the top of the ticket, but now in 2024, Republicans are being instructed not to vote for an audit at the top of the ticket. Is that not alarming to you, Republicans?
And the concern is it's potentially a non-human voting pattern, a algorithmic consistency. It should be random because people don't coordinate between counties to all vote a certain way. It's going to vary.
Have you looked at all states?
Nobody was against audits, Meatball. Shut the fuck up. You're just against it now because it looks bad for you. This is called projection. Go ahead. Go find me a content creator or anybody who was coming out saying we should not audit the 2020 election, and you can send it to me. But until then, you got to shut the fuck up for a while and stop projecting.
Smart Elections, which is another nonpartisan organization that has been investigating elections, they put out a 50-state analysis or so, and they took the averages. And the averages kind of broke down into similar concerns what we saw. They said, hey, in the swing states, we're seeing a noticeably stronger difference between the president and the senator, but then averaged out across all the other non-swing states, it's closer to 1% to 2% for both. We're going to look at vote count, which is how many votes are cast per machine or county or precinct.
Total votes, both sides.
Sure. And then we're going to look at turnout, which is how many people are registered to vote, how many people showed up to vote. And we're going to look at them by precinct because Pennsylvania, each of the counties.
Is it weird?
Well, you'll see. It's by precinct. So it's normal. Voting by precinct is normal. Okay. Generally speaking, it's done throughout the U.S.
Are the registered and the vote?
Yeah. So you're going to compare. And so each county has X amount of precincts. Some of them have more, some of them have less. So the way we do this analysis is we get the data for the county and then we break it down by precinct. So the first one we're going to do is, this is a vote count analysis. So briefly, let me explain what you're looking at here.
This was the graph that made my brain hurt.
Well, on the top, this one's hopefully going to be super simple because
every time they show a new graph, Titus is like, this is the one that pissed me off. I think you might have been pissed about all of them.
This is going to be our baseline. Okay. This is going to be, if you take nothing else from this, this is what we are arguing is more normal. And so the way you read this, we're going to look at the top graph. This is the 24 election. Okay. This is for mail-in voting. This is by precinct. And this is San Mateo County, California. And so, oh yeah.
Near home, yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm a Bay Area boy.
So the way you read this is on the bottom axis, the x-axis. It starts at 0 and goes to the right. These are votes cast per precinct. Okay. So you got some precincts where you only have like less than 100 votes. Right. Those are the beginning. And then as you grow in the amount of votes that were cast per precinct, we see it's a straight line for both candidates. We don't see there's a lot of variance, but it averages out to more of a straight line. Mm-hmm. Right. And so you've got some precincts where there's 2,500 plus voters. You've got some precincts that are only 5, 10, 15, 20. And so this is normal.
So this is the vote share. So San Mateo, which is a left-leaning county, this is the vote share. So you're by county. Each one of these little circles represents a precinct in that county, or I guess in San Mateo County. Each of these circles. If it's a red circle, that's the Republican vote. If it's a blue circle, that's the Democratic vote. And you're seeing vote share here. So 100% at the top, 0% at the bottom. So you'll see in a blue county, if you look across the line, you're going to see that the vote share it varies, but each one it kind of goes like in this straight line, right? And you have kind of a straight line here. The county kind of votes that way.
Seeing anything here that is of concern?
Mail-in precincts about the same, just kind of normal. Like some of the smaller counties have a lot more. I get it. Okay.
Yep. And so people will argue, hey, you're going to see certain things at smaller sizes. That's not generally correct. When you look at statistics, you're going to argue what is an appropriate sampling size. Because we're using precincts, after only a couple hundred votes per precinct, it becomes a consistent pattern.
Right.
You'll see it kind of at the beginning where you see it's a little thicker, sub 100 votes, right?
Yep.
But then it immediately becomes more of just a straight line. Mm-hmm. And because we're not just looking at like one precinct with 100 votes, we're looking at hundreds of precincts with 100 votes. Got it. See, so it averages out. So the only other point I'm going to make here is people will say, does this change based on a candidate being more popular or less popular? No. What'll happen is you see in this case, Harris is blue, Trump is red. All you'll see is that it'll shift up and down the graph. Mm-hmm. So you see in this case, mail-in, Harris is sitting somewhere around 80, a little less than 80%. So let's say it flips and Trump is really popular in mail-in. He's just going to sit on the 80% line. His shape of votes of the precincts aren't going to change.
Right.
It doesn't change as more people cast their votes. Last baseline, all right? And then we're going to actually get into the manipulation.
Erie. Okay.
This is Erie County, Pennsylvania. Yep. I think this is top 5 density county in the state. It's either the 3rd or the 5th largest county. And similar pattern. They don't have as many precincts here. Mm-hmm. So the shape isn't as well defined. But you notice, generally speaking,
roughly
a straight line. Generally speaking, this is roughly a straight line.
It is not a rhomboid.
Yeah. No. All right. So we're going to look at election day. And here we go.
Oh.
What?
So same application. This is Erie County. This is election day.
Wait, stop.
Hold on. Wait a minute.
That's not a straight line.
Wait, but not only that, but Okay, go ahead. You explain it before I get talking.
No, so if we look at both candidates separate, because it gets a little confusing when you look at both of them.
Again, what you're showing here is that you're showing that people's normal voting patterns in those counties and historical voting patterns, for whatever reason, in this election, completely switched. And in multiple counties across seemingly only swing states, you saw, we just looked at San Mateo in California. You look at places where Trump had no shot, and it looks normal. It should be, again, it should be, if it's close, these numbers would be tighter up here. But you would have I don't know who, Erie County, you would have Harris closer. But this is nonsensical. Remember all the people that came out in Pennsylvania. Remember, I've seen people talk about the Amish here. Like, look at the Amish vote. You know, it's going to be really hard to go in and record like the Amish vote and get them to confirm their votes. You can't call them on the phone. You can't email them. How are you going to go in and do an audit? You're going to go into these Amish communities and audit them? This is chaos. This has never happened before. In order for this to be real, in order for this not to be election fraud, you have to assume that on election day, hundreds of thousands of Pennsylvanians went out and voted only for Trump.
We see at lower votes cast per precinct, Harris
killing it.
Harris is killing it, 80-60% or so. And then as more votes were cast in these precincts, in precincts where more votes were cast, there's no time here. Everyone seems to get a little confused saying there's a time component. There's not. We're just showing you every precinct where a certain amount of votes were cast or more.
Hold on.
This is all the counties.
This
is all the precincts in Erie County.
Separately, it actually looks somewhat normal until you hit 500. And around 500, well, actually maybe a little less than 500,
Yeah, a little less than 500.
Trump goes up
About
drastically and Harris goes down.
Ray, look, it's more like 250. If you look at
the reason it's not that weird that he's showing San Mateo and Erie County, because he's comparing the same election, right? So you're comparing Erie County, which is historically blue, and then you're comparing San Mateo. If this was like nationwide, if this is true, like I guess that's why you do the audit, right? Because what's alarming is that nationwide, the data looks fine. The data looks normal. It's only in swing states where the data is all sorts of fucked up. And that wouldn't make a great deal of sense, right? If Trump's messaging was so good that it caused all these people to come out and vote different than they normally do, why would that only occur in swing states? Did nobody else hear his message? Like the people of California didn't hear his message? Other places where that aren't swing states, Utah, Montana, Iowa, Texas, Alabama, like New York, those all looked normal. You should compare it to the other states and say, like, it's normal here. So what would be different in Pennsylvania, in North Carolina, in these other states? It does make sense to compare it to other states where, like, historically you've seen the same numbers. But again, you can go on there. You can go look at 2020 versus 2024 on their website.
The blue, at 250, everything starts to drop.
Oh, yeah,
and then at 250, everything starts to go up.
What we're seeing, to sum this up, we're seeing that at precincts where more votes were cast, the Republican Party grew in the amount of votes they were getting consistently all across the county.
Which would make you think that maybe if this were fraud, that there was a number that triggered.
If this was caused by a compromise of the tabulation machines, a potential compromise,
alleged hypothetical.
Thank you.
Then this would support a threshold
Got it.
of votes cast, and then you begin to manipulate the votes from one candidate to the other.
Which would make it seem less human and more.
You can actually see
maybe something to do with programming or.
We've tried to avoid talking too much about how exactly you would write this and do this with the machines, because the data tells us the concern, and the concern is it looks like you would set a threshold, and then depending on how you do it, after that threshold is met, which seems to be almost always more than the amount of votes you would audit in a precinct or a county, then you would begin to take votes from one candidate and give them to the other. Or you would add in votes or delete votes. And it seems to be a mix. We've done additional analysis, which we'll continue to be publishing, but we originally assumed it was maybe just vote switching. We're now starting to see that there's the digital vote stuffing potentially, and also vote deletion. And there's a difference, because you take a vote from one candidate and give it to the other. It's still deletion, but they get a +1. In deletion, you just get rid of it.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Did this happen on the down ballot races?
From our analysis, we are seeing the similar concerns for senatorial races. and other down ballot partisan races, meaning there's a Democrat versus a Republican. We're seeing it pretty consistently across not only Pennsylvania, but in Nevada as well, and other states we've not released yet, perhaps Iowa. Here's the other one. It's very similar. This is your concept of a Russian tail.
All right, here's what we were talking about earlier with the Russian tails, and this was the part that like got me, because I've like in elections, looking at the Romanian election and looking at Russia, you can see how Russia is able to do this, and there's indicators. There's stuff that, like, if you're going to change the votes, you're going to try and change it in the least obvious way possible. And the best way that you can change votes in the least obvious way possible is right at the end. You just start kind of shifting the votes a little bit. Right? When you know that you're almost out of votes, you can just start shifting a few. That's what you're going to see here.
Using turnout. So before we were
so this is what you need to explain this a little
I'll
bit,
explain this
because this is the one thing that confused me with
yes.
the other with
so
the one I watched.
the first analysis I showed you with the scatter plots and the precinct circles and stuff.
Got it.
That one looks at how many votes are cast per precinct. This is similar, but instead of just looking at how many votes are cast, you look at how many votes could have been cast, which is the amount of registered voters, and then you just look at the percentage. So let's say I got 100 people who can vote in a precinct,
right?
And only 80 show up. That's 80%. And that's what this is doing, is using turnout.
I like that he explained that to us.
No, he knows I'm dumb.
If you have 100 people,
and 80 show up, that's
what
8.
percentage? 8. Good job.
Am I wrong?
No, you're right.
Throw a 0 in there. Yeah. But on the left here is a normal shape.
Okay.
It's a distribution.
This is Romanian presidential election 2014.
Yep. So we're going to look at some comparisons. This is Sergei Shvilkin. He is a election data analyst, if you will. He has been publishing these concerns. He came up with this analysis, and he said, hey, let's look at turnout. So on the left is a more normal distribution. All it's looking at is each of these lines are different parties.
Okay.
And we're just saying, hey, even though one can't.
Some of the MAGA in the chat heard the word Russia, and they think we're talking about Russian collusion. You guys, it's crazy. If you hear the word Russia, you just start saying Russia, Russia, Russia. This isn't about Russia, you dumb bitches. This is just showing the difference between a Russian election and a Romanian one to explain a phenomenon called the Russian tail, how they cheat in their own elections. Calm the fuck down. They just heard Russia and they freaked out.
That it has more votes. The shape is very similar across all three parties.
Yeah.
That's the concern here, is we're not seeing any rapid change as more people show up to vote. That's
Right,
all this
so-
is showing.
right.
So the turnout is the x-axis, right? It's, hey,
Right. So like
how many people show up to vote?
Right.
Per location.
Per location, right.
And then
it's pretty consistent across.
It should be consistent. It should be a straight line when
Right.
you look at it in
Right.
that other way of seeing it. So this is just showing that,
Right.
but a little more visual. So on the right is highlighting the concept of a Russian tail. This is a statistical term. This isn't like
So
every
for people
Russian
listening,
tail.
the one on the right is Russian presidential election 2000.
Yep, and this is the whole country.
Okay.
I did confuse people because they thought every Russian tail is because of Russia. It's kind of hard to argue that counterpoint in this election, but generally speaking, it's just a concept, and it isn't always Russia. Now, this could be caused by ballot stuffing, which like you just physically put in extra ballots, and it'll cause a spike in turnout, and then you'll just see change.
Ballot stuffing, just so what they're talking about there is what they would say is like if a ballot came in, you would stuff like 4 or 5 ballots in the envelope. And so when you open the envelope, it looks like one, but there's multiple ballots. He's not saying that that's what happened in this election. He's saying that here's some ways that you could explain a tail like this. And a tail like this could be that you have ballots coming in an envelope and there's 10 ballots instead of 1.
Here's the problem with our election system. We've only recently, in the last 2 to 3 elections, began to keep the level of data you need to do this analysis.
got it.
And we've only in the last 20 years had the capability to do this.
Got it. Okay.
Because you need computers and you need the tools. And you're doing this by hand before you're doing this by hand.
Right.
So we only have sufficient data to really go back just to 2020 and barely to 2016. And as we can, kind of highlight, we're seeing concerns even then. I met with a individual named Dr. Elizabeth Clarkson. She has a PhD in statistics in Kansas. She actually
yes, I just
she had
listened
a
to her
lawsuit.
today.
And she saw the same issues local to her of weird change as turnout increased in her areas in 2016.
Really?
And she filed lawsuits to try and audit, and she never got her hands on the votes then because there were a couple of hurdles, and they ultimately just said, hey, we're not going to let you
She
do
went
it.
to the state Supreme Court even trying to get them, right? And
And I think
she's
they're
not done fighting. She's looking
not.
for legal assistance to continue.
Got about 20-ish minutes left of this video. We'll get through. Gift goals mostly wiped out. If anybody can help with that, again, I'm going to read all the comments at the end of the live. So don't worry if I didn't read them. I will read through all of them at the end of the live. Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, or Super Chats. And then on TikTok, we are getting warnings right and left on TikTok that. Oh, we're still up. So make sure that you're still liking. We're at 140,000 likes there. See if we get that to 200,000. And again, make sure you're gifting on TikTok. That pays our HR representative. if in the future, like if it's just not paying for, if it's not worth his time, we'll probably just shut down TikTok and we'll just do the stream exclusively on Twitch and YouTube. So if you like being over there on TikTok, make sure you gift when you can.
This fight. I just listened to that today.
So
that
you
was
can
good.
see in the Russian president in 2012, you can really see that thing at the end is nuts. Like that is a guarantee that he wins. That spike in votes is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
All right, keep going.
Indication of manipulation.
Yeah.
So we recreated it in our far easier to comprehend colors. And here is Philadelphia.
Thank you.
Yes. And so on the left here is mail-in. We didn't label the top for this. You'll see them on the next ones. But the left is mail-in. These are new. Just recently
and you
in
can
our
see
reports.
it just follows the exact curve as that the French election was following.
Very
Got
similar.
it.
So you were asking, hey, does our elections look like this? The mail-in generally does.
Yep.
Some of the, like California, generally does. So, but we vote by counties and then by states. So it's almost 50 elections when we do our thing. Here's something I want to highlight for you.
Okay.
So this is interesting. This is Philadelphia. Harris still won Philadelphia. So why would you care about manipulating these places? How do you win a state?
With most votes.
You get the most votes.
Right.
You get the popular vote. Doesn't matter what counties you win or lose.
Right.
You get more votes. So if my demographic of voters doesn't live in the big cities, and I only have so many of them, how do I impact those places with a lot of voters where they're more liberal? I either have to get more of my people to show up and vote, or I have to get less of their people to show up and vote.
We do this,
or
potentially the machines are manipulated so at a certain
You
number of
change.
votes, even though Kamala won because it would have been too obvious that she lost Philadelphia.
How many bomb threats were in Pennsylvania?
I think that 32 or more.
He said 30. It was 32.
Yeah, at least 32.
Wow.
So that would make all the rural districts. This would add to the rural district vote, so he win the popular vote. Got it. That makes sense.
You have to reduce the amount.
If you understand what he's saying, like there's not enough voters in normal like rural counties to make up this difference because to win the state as the presidential candidate, you just need the most votes in the state. It's not divided up by district or precinct, right? The same way that like a congressional seat would. So what he's saying here is like if you wanted to change some votes, especially without being suspicious, you may go to the more populated areas that lean heavily blue, and then you change if they were going to change votes. You would change some of the votes and you would say, oh, yeah, well, look, we're even gaining here. Like Trump even did better in Philadelphia and in Pittsburgh. There were even people that came out there. So, again, not evidence on its own of fraud, but it is an anomaly. And that's why, again, we're just calling for the audit. We think an audit should happen. I don't know why a Republican would disagree with an audit happening. You guys have demanded audits for 4 straight years. You got the audits. And now it seems like a lot of you are kind of seeing this information, at least in the chat, and you're afraid of what you're seeing. And I think that type of fear is what drives Republicans. I watched 2,000 Mules. Okay, I sat through and watched the hearings. I tried to learn everything I could about the election fraud allegations in 2020. I pored over the data to see if it was true because I'm curious that way. I wasn't really worried about what Carrie Lake said. I didn't trust her anyways, but I did go over it. And none of this stuff that we're looking at, none of these type of statistical anomalies existed at least in Arizona in the 2020 election. We didn't see any of this stuff. So this is all stuff like I've went through election fraud investigations before. This is all new to me. And if I'm missing something, which is entirely possible, that's fine. I'm not trying to claim that the election was stolen. All I'm saying is this type of stuff makes me think that let's just do an audit. Like, why would we not do an audit here? Why would you not want to know? Even if you're a Trump supporter, wouldn't you want to know? Would you care? Probably not. Actually, probably not. You probably don't want to know. If for some reason he cheated and he stole the election, you wouldn't want to know that. You'd rather just live in the dark, probably, right? Am I getting that right, Trumpies?
Of votes in the denser areas.
Yep.
That's how you'd win a state.
Yep.
And that's what we're potentially seeing is even though this isn't enough to change the outcome of that county, this is enough to shift. If you did this across multiple counties,
Right.
this would be enough to shift the outcome of the state because you took the amount of votes.
win the state.
Then you win the swing state.
Right.
So this is very interesting.
Now, once again, all of this stuff is happening on election day, and you can see that these votes are coming in late. These added votes, according to this, come in late. Now, this actually goes. This actually falls in line with Elon Musk and declaring to his friends and members of the Trump administration hours, like 4 or 5 hours before the polls were even closed. He said, "Oh, we won." This would fall in line with that, with these late votes. Him knowing that like late votes were going, like that they were going to have enough votes to come in late to win the election. Again, not evidence in and of itself, but now we have a statistical anomaly, and it falls in line with something that was also incredibly unusual, that somebody who worked on the ground and whose job it was to specifically in Pennsylvania to affect the election, weirdly, that guy somehow knew hours before they called the race that Trump had won. Now, we were covering it live. There was no data that looked like it was neck and neck. Remember, on election night, you saw these states come in, and it looked like the early stuff, like Pennsylvania looked good, right? Wisconsin looked good. Michigan all these states looked good. And it was, as the night went on, you just started seeing the flip. The flip was happening. But Elon Musk, before that flip even happened, had declared, oh, we won, and I'm getting the fuck out of here. So if this did happen, what Elon did made sense. If this didn't happen, I'm very confused on that story. If Elon didn't know this was going to happen, how hours before the election was called did Elon Musk tell his friends, oh, we're good? Looked at his phone, we're good, and then takes off. How did he know that if this didn't happen? That's a good question to ask Elon.
So you shave it. So basically what you're doing, although she's still going to win, you're just shaving. You're just shaving, reducing. Add into your vote totals. So what ends up happening, even though you kick ass in the rural areas, in the very blue areas, you can't win them because that would be too obvious. What you do is you just take 4,000.
Take a little bit off the top.
You take 4,000, 15,000 votes, and she still wins.
Just that county, though.
Yeah, just that county.
You win
Right, got it.
And here's what's interesting is we don't see this just in Philadelphia. We've seen this in multiple counties, even the smaller counties as well. If you compromise the tabulators, anywhere a lot of people are voting on these systems, you're going to try and do this. This is Erie County. This is a little aggressive.
They weren't fucking around in Erie.
So same concerns, mail-in. We don't really see rapid change.
It doesn't match at all.
And then election day is very aggressive, very rapid change.
Wonder why Erie? Wonder why Erie?
Well, if you look at...
I think Erie is the third largest.
I think it's either the third or the fifth. I think it's the third. The concern here is when you break down the data, you want to look at how are people voting and where are they voting. And if they only have X amount of... However you've designed the algorithm, anywhere that more people are voting on only a few locations, it's going to potentially change more.
Right.
Philadelphia, a lot of machines, a lot of places to vote, a lot of places to tabulate. But if you get smaller locations but more dense, you would theoretically see rapid change in some of those places. And we're seeing that in Erie. If Trump was more popular on election day, we would see from the beginning, as you said, he should be, it should be a mirror, like an inverse of mail-in, right? If it was red and then a little bit of blue. But instead, we only see him take over closer to 50% turnout.
Once the
thresholds are hit. So
what they're saying there, the reason they're talking about that threshold being hit is that what they're, I don't think they're alleging, but what they're floating as an idea is that you had thresholds that once those thresholds were hit, the votes would come in. So basically, once a county was secured for Harris, then you could start bringing in these votes because the eyes wowould be drawn away from it. Right, the eyes in Erie would be drawn away, and you saw this on election night. You saw these counties that they called early. They're like, okay, but Harris won this county. Then you saw like the late vote; it started to narrow, which would make sense. It would make sense if you had some sort of a mechanism that triggered once that county essentially was called. Then you would have these votes pour in. It would also make sense that that's how Elon knew they were good. Elon knew that once those counties were called, that this would kick in and they would get the votes that they needed. Again, I'm not accusing Elon of this. I'm not saying that this happened, but if that were the theory, if that's what happened, that would make this make sense. Now, the opposite explanation for this, Republicans' explanation here is going to be that on election day, a bunch of people came in after, like blue people voted early by mail. They voted early in the day. And then for some reason, once the county was basically called, or basically once it was won, then all of a sudden, all these Trump voters came in and voted after that. That doesn't make a great deal of sense, which is why we need the audit. It could be true. It's not statistically impossible. It's 100% possible that this could have happened and that these charts just show that for some reason these Republicans all voted the same way. It's possible, but let's see an audit.
Okay.
Here's your Russian tail analysis, and then we're going to get into this last little bit. And this is your turnout, your scatter plot. And we'll roll through this real quick. Yeah, we'll roll through this real quick. But you were asking, hey, how can we visualize this a little better? This is going to be a little more insane. It's similar to what we were looking at before with the scatter plots, but this is turnout. So this is looking at how does it shift and how do the precincts change? Here's your mailer, your baseline, right?
Okay.
On the left is what you've seen before, the amount of votes per precinct. On the right is turnout percent. And so what we're going to see, Erie County, Allegheny County, mail-in, And, well, we'll go back. Erie County and Allegheny County look pretty normal. It should be more of a straight line. Generally is speaking. And you see that on the right as the turnout, it's more of a blob straight line. We don't see any rapid shifts up or down as turnout increases. Here's mail-in, Philadelphia. I have a question for you. Does this look like a straight line for both candidates?
No.
What does it look like? Same way you read it. The x-axis. Okay. X-axis is turnout, right? So no people showed up to vote on the left, and then as you get closer, the reason why it stops at 50% is this is mail-in. This is half of the votes. Okay. So turnout is like half of the voters voted. Well, at most 40% of the voters voted by mail-in in a precinct, and then the other half or whatever voted election day. So here's the concern. We don't see a straight line. Instead, we see a majority of the votes are sitting between 180% for Harris and 20 and closer to 0% for Trump. What's interesting is we see it's stretched down for the Democrats and up for the Republicans a little more randomly, but we don't see a straight line here. And so what would cause this? And why are we not seeing a straight line as we would expect to see? Like we see in every other mail-in.
You've shown us a bunch,
So this could be indication of ballot stuffing, where you were to add in mail-in voting or, and as we said, if you had the capability to do this digitally with the tabulator machines, you may not actually need people's voting information to do it.
Okay, so this is what he's saying here is instead, like you have this overlap here and you see it going down. When he says straight line, he means like left to right. And when you see this confluence down here, what he's saying is there's really like, if it was stolen, this would like, or if they cheated, we could talk about probably because this is mail-in, we're talking about ballot stuffing, multiple ballots in one envelope, right? Or the other explanation is if they didn't cheat, that for some reason in Philadelphia, these numbers didn't match. There's just, for some reason there in Philadelphia, there was a lot more people who voted mail-in who wound up voting for Trump. So Philadelphia was this anomaly. In their most populated, I think that's their most populated county. For some reason, the mail-in votes didn't calculate the same way, or they didn't come in the same way. Every other county was pretty normal, and we had an anomaly here. Again, it's not proof by itself that the election was stolen. It is an anomaly. And so this is a place we would want to audit. But anybody would do this in any business, in any organization. In any organization that you have, you want predictability, and you want data to make sense. So when you see statistical anomalies, you just want to figure out why you have that statistical anomaly. That's the important part. Why is this so different than others? And at the end of the audit, it could be, you know what? There were a lot of people in Philadelphia who just liked Trump more, and Erie County wasn't the same. So we just had an anomaly here, and here's why. But just audit it. Again, that's all we're asking for. It's ironic, like, I am getting accused of being exactly like, oh, you guys didn't care about election interference. I did. I've always cared about election interference. The difference between me and you guys is that you started on day one. As soon as the election was called, you're like, it was stolen. Donald Trump should have won. This was stolen. And every time you saw anything, you went, oh, see, it was stolen. Oh, see, it was stolen. I'm not saying, oh, see, it was stolen. I'm saying this is an anomaly. And if you're running elections and you want and you want accurate representations of what happened, and you want to understand why that happened, just do an audit. That's all I want to know. I'm not comfortable saying it was stolen. I'm only comfortable saying there are a lot of things that only happen in swing states, which should ring an alarm bell, which should trigger an audit. We should audit this.
You just add in a one.
We're going to put a quote right here.
But in this case, we're not sure exactly what they're doing.
Where the guy that won said something about somebody knew those machines. Somebody really knows those machines in Pennsylvania.
Thank you to Elon. He journeyed to Pennsylvania where he spent like a month and a half campaigning for me, and he was very effective. And he knows those computers better than anybody, all those computers, those vote counting computers. And we ended up winning Pennsylvania like in a landslide, so it was pretty good. It was pretty good. So thank you to Elon.
I'm not sure exactly.
So why'd he say that? It's just another piece of evidence. Why is he talking about the computers? How would the computers, like, if we're talking about campaigning, what do the computers have to do with any of that? Isn't that weird? Remember, one thing you have to remember about Donald Trump is he's a fucking idiot. You didn't hear any other Republicans talk about the computers. He was the only one. It's because he's fucking dumb. And you guys are also used to ignoring shit that he says because he is fucking dumb. And you've long ago had to, like, create this alternate Trump in your head where when he says dumb shit, it's not actually dumb, it's somehow brilliant. But can you explain to me why he's talking about how Elon Musk what's the other explanation? He knows those computers? What's the other explanation there? How would that have anything to do with campaigning, him knowing the computers? What is he talking about? I've racked my brain. Like I don't know what other computers he would be talking about there. There's possibly other reasons for that. But please remember that Trump regularly tattles on himself. Because he's fucking stupid. But you guys have decided that he's so smart that even when he tattles on himself, it's 4D chess. And he's actually getting you to look at something to expose somebody else. Because none of you will admit that this guy's IQ is like 42 at this point. He's just a bumbling, stumbling idiot.
Exactly what is going on here, but this is potentially this is very weird. This needs to be looked into deeper.
This is such an anomaly. It needs to be.
And this is mail-in.
This is mail-in.
And this is mail-in.
But it's also mail-in in a big city, so probably have more access. And because it's a big city, that's where you want to put the time in because that's where the most votes are, specifically if you wanted to win that state.
It would make sense if you're trying to bring down, and so now we're going to look at election day.
So how would you get away with that?
Oh, wait, sorry. Do I want to go back?
How would you get away with ballot stuffing?
You couldn't do it with people. You'd have to do it with potentially you'd have to do it with the machines themselves.
Generally speaking, who knows?
Oh, unless you had a bunch of people that all worked suddenly in the precincts and were helping run the elections.
Okay, but again, then you have witnesses and somebody would talk.
Right.
And
especially now after he's fucked everything up. Somebody would say, hey, this is bullshit.
Right.
Somebody would talk.
The problem that we're highlighting is we don't truly know. Right. All the data tells us is something's going on here. It could be.
I kind of agree with that. Look, I don't know Pennsylvania's system, but I do think that ballot stuffing is probably the least likely explanation for this. That's so hard. Basically, what happens when you take in your ballot, it eventually gets opened, and it gets opened, and in a review process, you have a Republican and a Democrat both there. So I don't know how this would happen outside of you would have to, I don't know if you'd have to bribe people. It would be, I think he's right there. I think he's right that if they were ballot stuffing, I do think that somebody would have ratted that out. He's going to explain some other possible explanations for that. But ballot stuffing to me, somebody that's more of an expert could explain it. To me, that seems like the least likely scenario.
Caused by manipulation. But until we audit, until we check the real votes that were cast,
right,
we don't truly know.
What she was saying on the video I just watched today, that
Elizabeth
we
Clarkson.
don't have proof because the proof is actually that ballot, holding that ballot and looking.
The proof is in the paper.
And you guys need to sue to get the rights to look at that. And that's guys, that's what, once again, I'm going to ask you to donate to ETA because they are going to use that money to go after these votes so we can prove this.
So I've hired, as of right now, I've hired 2 different legal teams. With the donations we have received so far, just to set up those teams and get them building the cases.
Well, I'm going to donate. I mean, I'm done with today. I'm going to donate. Yeah. So explain Philadelphia election day. I can see.
Crazy.
It's the arc. Look, so the arc goes down. So you can see again where everything starts to change.
It's more of a cornucopia.
Cornucopia goes up it starts to change for Trump. Everything's kind of normal, and then it starts to angle up for Trump, and then it angles down for Kamala in Philly. That's crazy. And wow, I don't. Now, do we have the same? Well, you showed us the Russian tails that we had in Philadelphia.
All right, you've seen the Russian tails. This is just another way of visualizing why.
Yeah,
why is that happening?
First time I watched this, I didn't get the graph. I just got it.
Now you get it, right? These are the precincts.
I just got it.
So people are saying, hey.
Once again, you're looking here, you see that the upticks for Trump, these massive jumps, they all seem to happen after 50%. In every one of these charts, they keep it keeps showing the same thing. That it seems like the 50% number triggers something. The 50% number would be kind of right down here in the middle. And it seems to trigger right around 50%. You see blue votes go down, red votes go up. And this is percentage of the vote. This is bizarre. This is election day turnout. So this isn't, you would expect to see this if this was the total vote, right? And you saw early votes going blue and late votes going red. That generally happens. But this is election day voter turnout. This isn't we're looking at mail-in votes turning into election day votes. This is election day vote. And there seems to be this weird trigger right in the middle. You can almost see a line, you can almost see an overlap right here through the middle. And maybe that's 45%. But it looks like there was something that potentially could have changed in the middle. And all of a sudden, the percentage went up for Trump. In every one of these graphs, it's the same thing. How's that possible?
Could this be caused by really, really blue or really red precincts? Well, the problem is we're seeing as turnout is increasing, all of those precincts are shifting in vote share. And so in this case, it pulls down the Democrats' votes and brings up the Republican votes.
And it should just be consistent. In any other election, it should just be more craziness, right?
In this case, it should be more of a straight line.
And
Because
that is the greatest anomaly is that the Republican votes, it's the same exact pattern.
Well,
in reverse.
it'll be mirrored because there's only 2 parties here.
Right.
And in this case, and this is why this is important, right? If you take votes from one candidate and give them to the other, it's going to cause that candidate to lose votes and drop, and the other candidate to grow.
The mirror
and the
would
mirroring
happen.
is a symptom.
Okay.
If we had 3 parties,
Yeah.
this would look completely different.
Okay.
So that was Philadelphia, and then here's your Erie County. Remember we said, whoa, why is it jumping up so much?
Wow, it did it again.
You see an X. You see it very aggressively.
Now that the X.
50% turnout, and then it starts. So
look at 50%.
It's the trend. You start at lower
Yeah.
turnout. Harris is 60 to 80% across these precincts, and it's more variation. That's the point. Is we should see some blue that are higher, some blue that are lower. But the point is, turnout can be a little confusing because there's an argument of saying, hey, if I only have 100 people registered in a precinct.
That's a good point. Trump also said I didn't need the votes. I don't need your votes. We have all the votes we need. Different county, same exact picture. I mean? Like, how do you have the same anomaly? If all these pictures looked the same, but they like historically that's what they looked like too, great. How do we have the same anomaly that only seems to happen in highly populated counties in swing states? How did that happen?
And 80 people show up. We're at 80% turnout. These precincts are all generally the same fielded sizes. We're looking at 800 to 1,000. And then here's your Allegheny. Same concern. Rapid shift. You got that X again.
What? That's impossible.
This is just 3 counties.
That doesn't make any sense at all. And that's
in some of the most liberal counties in the state.
Yeah, in the most liberal counties.
In that time after this election, before they left office, this is what made us crazy. It just went silent.
I'm just trying to I'm trying to imagine a scenario where this is real, where it's legitimate. And I'm like in my head, I'm just trying to think did you have a voting apparatus? Like, did you have a block of voters who just always planned on voting late? But why would you vote late? Why wouldn't you vote early? I don't understand any of this at all. Even if I look back at the one presidential campaign I worked on, I guess you could look at this and you could say maybe they had a block of voters who they had on standby. But again, why are we voting late? Why is that? Why are you saving it till the end? Just to be dramatic? What would be the reason that you would have all of these Republican voters come out towards the end of election day and vote for Trump? Was there some sort of get out the vote apparatus? Were they paying? I know Elon was paying people. Is this the people that he was paying? If so, an audit will show us that. If these are the people that he was paying, an audit will show us that. Now, it's also illegal and he should be sued for that, but the audit will show us that. If there was something that they did to make this happen, we'll see that in an audit. The question is, Republicans, why don't you want an audit? Who do you think is holding these audits up from happening? Who do you think is voting against these audits from happening? It's Republicans. Why don't they want an audit? Because Trump tells them not to. Because that's every Republican in this country now just waits around to get orders from dear leader.
Why didn't Biden have
I have a
the
theory.
DOJ?
I have a theory.
Okay.
So here's my theory. The reason they didn't do it because Trump did something, and listen, if Trump had used what he knows to be a decent human being, I think he'd be a decent human being. But what he's done is by saying for the last 4 years, 8 years, or last 4 years, election was rigged.
Right.
And the short answer is Biden couldn't really do this, right? It's these states, they audit their elections. That's the short answer.
And then failing 62 times in court, and then failing.
The other answer is I don't think this was on his mind. I think Biden was kind of checked out.
Again, then having the cyber ninjas come in and go, not as a matter of fact, we found 400 more votes for Biden. So if the Democrats do the same thing now, we just look like bitches. We just look like, look at it. The difference is they don't have any data. They don't have him.
Right.
So the different, and the ETA, you guys, they don't have you guys.
You asked me, are we seeing this in the down ballot races, the senatorial races, the other race? Yes. Here's
all the races.
Okay.
Are just Senate.
Okay, this is Senate.
So we're seeing the concern in every partisan race in these 3 counties we've looked at so far.
And at 50%, it kicks.
It varies depending on some places. Some places, their precincts could be a little smaller depending on county. Some could be a little bigger, and so it'll shift left and right. But nonetheless, we see this trend. As turnout increases, one candidate is jumping up in the amount of votes they're getting across all the precincts, and the other is dropping down.
So it's not one precinct.
It's
not their precinct called in. Like that was like, it's like when Kornacki counts it in on MSNBC,
Right.
and he's like,
It's a really blue.
It's a really
red.
red curry. It's like all precincts it goes up,
and they
that's
stay
impossible.
consistent. So those last two you saw, I don't think I explained truly, but Roman Udot, he's a election expert and a data analyst and effectively a statistician that worked for Russia, was in Russia, and had then began to publish concerns of Russian elections and left Russia.
Explain what heat map
So
analysis
I will,
is.
but his analysis was more based on that turnout we saw in the Russian tail. So he has already done that work and published his paper, and we base that analysis off of his work.
Got it.
And then in this case, this is Peter Klimek. And so he and others had produced this on the left, a paper talking about heat maps and elections. So you see we have 4 different elections up here,
Right.
Russia in 11, Russia in 12, Uganda, and Switzerland. So what you want to know here is which of these is normal, which of these is not. On the right section of graphs, that is a fair modeled election. It's going to be a circle with a high density in the middle, and then it's just going to be a little bit of an orb, a glob, a ball. It's going to be a ball. So we see on the right is what it should look like. On the left is the real data, and then the middle is trying to like overlap. On the left is Russia in 11 and 12, and we see a comet trail, if you will. And what's happening is as turnout's increasing,
the votes
are growing. And then Uganda, we see something different, but just as concerning, where it's shifting up and to the right. And then Switzerland, we see almost a normal,
Pretty
more
consistent.
Yeah. And so what we're going to look at then is we did this analysis.
Well, I'm moving to Switzerland, by the way. Uganda's out.
Can I just point out to my Republican friends that are like, one, you're saying that I didn't care about Gaza and I didn't cover the election. I wasn't a content creator during the 2020 election, but I did research that. I also was heavily critical of Joe Biden on Gaza. And admittedly, yes, the Epstein stuff I didn't really care that much about until I saw that it was a cover-up. But ironically, you are calling me. You're saying that I am somehow hypocritical because I didn't care about these things, which I did, while you're choosing not to care about these things. Can we just for like 1 second point that out? That you are justifying your lack of care for this data, which is alarming, by calling me a hypocrite. This is why I say you guys are bitches. This is exactly why I say you're bitches. I've actually researched all this stuff. And when you bring these allegations to me, I research them because I want to know. I don't trust the government. I don't trust elections. I don't trust Democrats. I don't trust Republicans. I don't trust people with power. If you know anything about my life, you know that like people with power make me nervous in any scenario. I do not want to give power to anybody. The least amount of power I can give to somebody, the better. So I don't like people who abuse their power. It's a real fucking problem in my life. And it's something that like it drives me more than anything. That's like if there is a driving principle behind my life, it's the fear of power and people abusing power. I've been like this. But if you are criticizing me right now, saying I didn't care about this before, then what are you saying about you? Because you're taking this time to look over this investigation, and instead of looking at in any of this data, you are mad at me. This is the sign that you're in a cult. This is what all the cult members from my cult say about me too. See, I'm used to this shit. I'm used to cult members acting like cult members. I'm used to whiny little bitches who don't like their lies exposed. I'm used to it. I deal with it. It doesn't hurt my feelings. It doesn't affect me. But you're acting exactly the same fucking way. You're doing exactly what you accuse me of. Just look at the fucking data. If you can't view this and say we should have an audit, I don't know what to tell you about you other than you're in a cult. And good luck explaining to somebody else why we shouldn't look at this. Good luck explaining to somebody else, like, I'm totally not in a cult, but I've been crying about this shit for 4 years with virtually no data. And now that there's data, instead of addressing it, I'm just going to call everybody else a hypocrite. Now get fucked. You either care about this shit or you don't. You don't. You didn't care about it then. You're just mad that your guy lost. You ask the person who tried to get me to cover this how long she's been trying to get me to cover this and how long I've been telling her I can't cover this while I can still explain it away. And I can't explain it away anymore. She was mad at me. My side of the aisle has been mad at me for not covering this because I said I need to see something that I can't explain away before I'll cover it. And so now we're at the position where I'm not even making a claim. I'm just saying I can't explain this, so we should probably look into it. I'm late to the party. Look at the chat. There's people on my side of the aisle that are like It's about fucking time you covered this. We've been trying to get you to cover this. So make all those accusations you want, but you're the same. You're exactly what you're accusing me of being, even though I'm not the thing you're accusing me of being. So I'm just going to say to you, like, just pay attention. And at the end of this, if you don't think any of this is an anomaly and you don't think we should have an audit, fine. But stop deflecting from the fact that we're looking at real crazy shit here. Stuff that we can't explain that mirrors Russia. Everybody knows Russia cheats in their elections. If our elections look the same as Russia, at the very least, let's investigate it. Or you can be just like a little bitch and be like, oh, this guy didn't care then. I wasn't even a content creator then. You can't even make that claim. You have no idea what I cared about in 2020 because I wasn't online. None of you knew who I was in 2020 or 2021. I don't think I was on TikTok till like 2022. Maybe 22. Yeah, I think 2022. You didn't know who I was then.
We made the joke of how fair are our elections on a scale from Switzerland to Uganda to Russia. So here's a couple more baselines for you. So you know this is a real thing. This is Ohio.
Okay.
This is their state board, nonpartisan election. More normal, right? This is what we would expect to see.
That's state board. That's just local state. This is
that's their state board stuff. Down ballot. This is a nonpartisan race. Looks like a ball. So that's what we should expect to see in our races. We've established this now. Yeah. Now we're going to look at mail-in for Erie. More of a ball, right? We're not seeing any weird stretching as turnout increases. No, it's a ball. Consistent. Now we're going to look at Erie on election day.
We got a bit of a comment thing.
It oddly has the shape of Russia's election.
It looks very similar,
doesn't it?
This is for Trump specifically. We're only showing Trump here.
I want to be clear. I want everybody to hear this. As we hit a certain threshold, all of a sudden the votes start going to the Republican.
Not just the presidential race, the Senate race, and other races too. And if there was manipulation in this case, we started to estimate how much. We'll publish more of those numbers as we go forward.
Roughly, what do you think?
In some of these places,
what are your potential numbers showing you?
Let's just say
those will be on your website.
Yes,
soon.
yes.
Okay.
Let's just say that if this is accurate and the data is correct, this would have been sufficient in the. So here's the thing: these are just 3 counties in Pennsylvania. If it happened,
look, if you think that we're calling about, I'm not even calling for a rigged election. I'm just showing you data. This is the thing: you guys have no ability to take information, process new information. You are everything you accuse us of being. You're in here crying, saying that we're saying the election was rigged. No, I'm asking for an audit. I want to know if anything weird happened. I mean, you can do that. You can question things without having a conclusion first, but you don't know how to do that. Because on the right, in this MAGA universe, you start with the conclusion and you work backwards. I'm starting with the data and I'm working forward. I'm not making any claim here. I started this by saying this is a conspiracy theory. I'm not saying the election was stolen. I have no evidence that the election was stolen. I see a bunch of anomalies here. We're not the same as you. Okay, we're working in a different direction than you. You start with the conclusion, and then it's just confirmation bias. We're not doing that here.
In all 3 of these counties and a few others, it is enough to change the outcome of not only the state, but if this occurred in Nevada, if this occurred in Wisconsin,
all the swing states,
it would have been enough to change the outcome of the election.
Mm-hmm.
And they still only won by less than Hillary beat him by.
So yeah, that was oddly close. If this were potential,
Melvin, you guys audited every fucking state in 2020. You audited Pennsylvania in 2020. You audited my state, Arizona, 5 fucking times. So good. I'm glad we're on the same page here. Yes, there should be audits just like there were in 2020, Melvin. I'm glad that you're on board with us now. We should do the same amount of audits we did in 2020. Do you agree?
Actually manipulated. But that would have been the goal, to not make it look as obvious as Putin. Putin now doesn't give a shit.
We do see that in Clark County, Nevada, where after that 250 votes or so is met and you begin to change the amount of votes, Trump, in this case, in Nevada and Clark County early voting, he sits at 60% instead of going up to 100 or so it's almost like you capped it. And the reason you do that is, you don't need to win more than 60% of the votes. All right. Here we go. Allegheny. No. Here we go. You don't have a comment trail here. You have a comment of manipulation, potential manipulation. And it's election day is the middle. So that's what you care about. On the right is you're combining the two and they average out.
Left, so mail in. A ball, kind of a ball.
More normal. More
normal.
And then Allegheny, you see that up and to the right. And then, of course, you see this for Philadelphia as well. There's your comment trail.
This is graph porn. You love graphs, man. I have never seen anybody. You could show this in one stop. You're like, nah.
3. Wow. Remember we said mail-in was normal? Yeah. Here's Philly. Here's Philadelphia for mail-in.
Little comment show.
It's not looking normal for mail-in for Philadelphia.
And they needed it because Philly. Okay, so because Pennsylvania has so many delegates. Electoral
votes.
Because Philly had so many, they needed to manipulate Philly because Philly is such a
good
population center. Yeah. They had to. So I understand. Like, this is a big undertaking. I understand in certain swing states you didn't have to do this, but in Philly and the ones you really needed, you would put extra effort into manipulating the vote. And that would take Jesus.
That would take Jesus.
This would,
You're right.
this would take a lot.
Mhm.
No, Jesus had nothing to do with this. I'm pretty sure.
I've spent 4 months now fighting the
does
stigma, the taboo of election integrity. This isn't election denial. We have the data, and all we want is we want to validate that our elections are safe, secure. And here's the thing: there's 2 types of like election claims. There's election fraud, and then there's voter fraud. And we're talking about election fraud. We're talking about a systemic issue.
Yeah, this isn't voter fraud. This people went and did their job. Americans went and did their job and voted. Republican or Democrat, they went and did their job.
Trump, talking about Elon, said Elon knows those computers, talking about voting machines, better than anybody. All those computers, those vote counting computers. And we ended up winning Pennsylvania like in a landslide.
Okay, I think we can stop there.
He said it about Elon
I got
in
very much.
Pennsylvania.
And again, I try to de-geek it because it took me so long to get it. If this data is too specific, it is too, and the shapes, like, by the way, me and Ray got, shapes. The shapes are weird. See, when you gave us shapes, that's it. And if we can get the dumb people to see the shapes, I think we have something here.
I think we're on to something.
Election Truth Alliance.
All right, that's the end of it. So again, it's Election Truth Alliance, I think .org. Let me double check that. You can go to their website. I think it's .org. Yeah, this is their website. You can donate to their cause as well. Great job, Danielle, for not letting go of this. I see you said you're reaching out to the Majority Report. I do know somebody that works for them. I'll reach out, but I don't think they give a fuck what I have to say. I just don't think I have any sway there. You can go through and you can look state by state. You can go now. They have Nevada and Pennsylvania up. You can go look at get all of this, and you can decide for yourself. All I'll say is that just again, there's plenty here. There's more evidence here than we ever had in 2020. And despite what some of our Republican friends have said here, these cases were heard by courts. Many of the times they were heard by courts. There were audits that were done. There were forensic audits of 5 in Arizona, 5, all done by Republicans. Republican forensic audits found nothing. Literally, in fact, what they did find is that that Republicans cheated a little bit. Same in Colorado. There was somebody that went to prison for this in Colorado. What we found in 2020 after the audits in these states is that Republicans tried to cheat then too, and that they were able to remove a handful of votes. What you see out of Republicans since then has been trying to limit the amount of people who are allowed to vote. Republicans, the difference between the two parties here, and I'm not saying that both parties don't cheat, but I will say this, just on its surface, if we had a town, let's say we all moved to an island, we all live together, we have a town, everybody lives on the island. We would all say everybody should get to vote, and we should make it as easy as possible for everybody here to vote. I do know that Democrats, when they push legislation for voting, they want to expand access to voting, meaning mail-in votes, more precincts. They don't want to take away students' rights to vote. They don't go after people who will be affected if you have like voter ID laws where you have to have a voter ID to go in and vote. And it's always Republicans trying to strip that right. Republicans are consistently trying to change rules so that people who live in a state for college who don't change their state ID, let's say you're going to college in Pennsylvania, but you grew up in Iowa, and you don't really want to change your driver's license because why would you? Maybe you don't even have a car. You just have an Iowa ID. Maybe you plan to go back to Iowa after college. So you don't necessarily want to change, but you live in Pennsylvania, so that's where you vote, is in Pennsylvania. And Republicans want you to have to change your ID, which can be tricky. It can be tricky for a lot of reasons. It can be tricky for insurance purposes. And so Republicans constantly go after places that don't vote for them. They want to go after neighborhoods where it's not predominantly white. They want to go after college students, right? They want to go after again non-white elderly communities. They want to make it as hard as possible for people to vote. Why? Because the less people vote, the better they do. And Democrats, for whatever, like they both are influenced by the same the same like power grab. Democrats want more people to vote because when more people vote, Democrats win. And Republicans want less people to vote because when less people vote, Republicans win. There's a right and a wrong there, though, right? They're both. I can acknowledge that they're both doing it for the same reason, They want to win. But one of them makes it harder for people to use a constitutionally protected right. And one of them doesn't. And if Republicans held that same fucking standard for things like guns, it's sensible, right? If you held that same standard for accessing all of your other rights, fine. But you don't. You only seem to do it when it comes to voting. And Democrats, you could say the same thing, I guess, about guns. But when it comes to voting, there is a right and a wrong. There's one group of people who are making it easier for more American citizens to vote, and there is one group of people who are lying consistently so less people vote. This idea that people who are here illegally are voting in our elections is a lie. In fact, when Republicans get up there and they say 10,000 illegal immigrants voted in our last election, what they're not telling you is that 10,000 illegal immigrants attempted to vote in our elections and their votes were thrown out. And that's how we have that number. Because our elections are pretty secure. This is one of those instances where we have anomalies and we need to do an audit to determine what this anomaly was. Maybe the anomaly is what Republicans want us to believe it is, which was a shift of the Overton window where a bunch of Republicans got really excited to vote for Trump and they came out in record numbers in these counties, even though Trump didn't get record turnout, right? Even though didn't Joe Biden, what was the final total for Trump? I don't think he ever beat Joe Biden's total, did he? So you want us to believe this thing? We see a statistical anomaly. The answer for that is transparency. But Trump is incredible in that he is so fucking stupid and so goddamn dishonest, but so confident that you guys all think he's smarter than you, and he's playing this 4D chess game. So when Trump says, I'm the most transparent president in history, and then he does things that aren't transparent, you guys go, oh, this must be actually even more transparent than I can even comprehend. It's so transparent that it looks like it's not transparent. He's so transparent about Epstein that he is not giving us any transparency, and thus he is more transparent. He's so transparent about elections that he's instructing Republicans in all these swing states to vote against an audit. And I wish one of you guys would one of these days get some goddamn courage and come up and talk, because I want to know why you would not support an audit. Why the fuck would you guys not? Well, I don't understand how there's disagreement in the chat today on this. I understand the stuff before. On this, I don't understand how there's disagreement. I'm calling for an audit based on a lot of information that is an anomaly. Why can't you guys agree to an audit? How are we this divided? That I'm asking for transparency. You voted for the most transparent president in history. He's saying no transparency, and you're like, yeah, I'm going to side with the no transparency guy because I love transparency so goddamn much. Yeah, I don't know if they know he cheated. Just Jen, sorry, I'm getting comment. I don't think anybody knows whether or not he cheated or not. But I do think they're afraid of what comes out if he did cheat. And I think that it creates a moral dilemma. I think that most of these Republicans that still are on the Trump train, that are overlooking everything, you have a moral dilemma that you're not willing to address. And again, I'm used to this. This is everybody I grew up with. This is everybody that I knew and loved growing up with, that like Joseph Smith was a prophet of God. He talked to God, and he will usher in a new dispensation. He will usher in the coming of Christ. We sing a song called Praise to the Man Who Communed with Jehovah. And then I'm like, hey, that guy had child brides. That guy was stealing people's wives. That guy, when people reported accurately on him, he burned down printing presses. He was stealing people. He was a treasure hunter that stole money from people. He was a charlatan his entire life. And they will do the same thing that you do. They go, no, that's just, you just hate him. You can't, you left the church and you can't leave it alone. They attack me instead. Instead of the stuff that everybody in here that's not Mormon agrees with, that Joseph Smith was a charlatan fake prophet, those people all do what you do. When you're confronted with something that goes against your values, you just pretend it didn't fucking happen. Right? I'm used to it. I'm used to those people. It's why I'm not Republican anymore. Trump ended that for me. I saw it for what it was. And my friends, there's a reason that people who are no longer Mormon and who leave cults, go find any community of people who have left a cult and go see what they say about Donald Trump. Is it not ironic to any of you that the people who leave cults all hate Trump? It's like a unifying message with all these people who have left cults. Go find people who've left Jehovah's Witnesses, Mormonism, Nixium, any of these cults. Anytime somebody has left a cult recently, go ask them what they think about Donald Trump. It's not good. It's not good because they all see him the same way. And the frustrating part is not him because he's a dipshit. On his own, he's harmless. But you guys are what perpetuates it. The reason that Joseph Smith was able to have child brides and steal other people's wives is because the people who loved him covered for him. And then when Brigham Young did the same thing, they covered for him. And when the Mormon Church has abused thousands of children through Boy Scouts of America, and you never hear a thing about it from Mormons, it's because they're covering for their leaders. They pretend shit doesn't happen so that their leaders don't look bad. They're willing to throw away their own credibility, but only outside of the cult. Because all you guys really care about is your credibility inside of the MAGA cult. You don't give a fuck what we think. You don't give a fuck what the rest of the world thinks. You don't care. But you know, everyone, if Admir's still here, if there's, I don't know if, well, I don't want to drop that name, actually. I don't know if that person's out yet on leaving MAGA. But if Admir's still here, you know too. You all know what happens to you when you leave the MAGA cult. You know how people talk about you. So MAGA creates this community where you all feel like, yay, Donald Trump, we put on the hat. We celebrate. He's our entire identity. We have flags. He's so great. He's an imperfect man, but he's there fighting for us. And you feel that community. And the community is what makes it so you don't want to leave. Not the facts. None of that. The facts are completely irrelevant. It does not matter what Donald Trump does, you will support it. It doesn't matter if it goes against your values or not, you will support it. Because you're afraid to lose your community. I think like we talk about the two-party like problem, and that is a problem because it does create community. And admittedly, like I have a Discord that is a community, right? And I don't think MAGA people would come into the Discord and feel super welcome. But I do, and we try and foster a community where people can disagree in there. I think we do a pretty good job, honestly. I think that there's plenty, like you're allowed to disagree in there without being tossed out of the community. But you do need to understand that about you MAGA folks. Is that the reason that it seems like you're attacked all the time is because from outside of your cult, none of this makes any fucking sense. Everything you claim you stand for, you never stand for. You want transparency, but you don't want audits. You want to get rid of the deep state, but the deep state is clearly there. Like when they commit crimes, you just pretend they don't. You guys have railed on politicians making money off their office for decades. And now that Trump is making more money than any politician in the history of our country off of his office, directly taking bribes from other countries and handing taxpayer dollars to those countries and providing carve-outs for those countries, throwing you under the bus, suddenly you don't care about it anymore. That's why you get so much shit, because it doesn't make any fucking sense. Everything you claim that you hate, you don't hate. You just hate us. And you hate us because we criticize him. You don't even hate our values. You have no clue. Every time I talk to one of you, we have values are relatively similar. You don't hate our values, or you don't hate what we stand for. You hate us. You hate that we criticize him. That's why you all have to lie about what we want. Right? That's why when Trump gets up there, he's like, the people are sick of the Democrats demanding that men be in women's bathrooms. Excuse me? Never fucking happened. Never fucking happened. What we don't want is people patrolling women's bathrooms and be like, show me your genitals before you go in. That's all. We just didn't think that the government should be involved in bathrooms. And you guys changed the argument. Oh, you want men to dominate women's sports? Nope. Nobody wanted that. Not one person ever has said, let men play in women's sports. What they've said is that trans people can play in sports. And if we want to make it fair, let's just make it fair. Let's figure out a way to make it so that everybody can play sports and we'll make it fair. And you guys don't like that because you don't like that we criticize him. So you change your argument as to what we stand for. You regularly call us socialists and communists. And while the socialists here in the chat are like, fuck yeah, that would be great if we had more socialism, almost no Democrat is a socialist, to the point that, like, we have one now. We kind of have Bernie Sanders, and then we have Mom Donnie, and you guys are like, you're all the same. But then also criticizing Mom Donnie like he's crazy for wanting a grocery store that's government funded. And why do you do that? Why do you paint us in that picture? Because you're not actually opposed to what the left stands for. You're opposed to us being opposed to him. Not even you. We're not even mad at you. Like, we're not even mad at you. We want you to just stop following a fucking idiot. He is single-handedly destroying our economy with tariffs. Every day he goes out there and tells you that we're bringing in trillions of dollars from other countries in the form of tariffs, which, one, trillions? Nope. Tariffs from them? Nope. It's a tax on us. And he says it every day. And you guys know that he's lying. You know it. And you still just like, yeah, this is going to work. How the fuck can this work? How the fuck can his economic ideas work if he doesn't even know where the money's coming from? Right? If they were bringing in more money and we were paying down debt and Americans' lives were getting better, great. But this is a tax on Americans. So he's literally taxing the fuck out of Americans and telling you that somebody else is paying it. And you're like, yeah, that's right. I would rather be an absolute total dipshit and pretend that this guy isn't lying than conclude with the Democrats that he's lying. So you'll just sit there. Well, like, he's lying. You're like, no, he's not. You're like, okay, who pays tariffs? Americans. Is he lying? No. How's he not lying? Well, it's complicated. It's not. He's lying, always. You are letting the dumbest person in your party run everything because he threatens everybody around him that if they go against him, they're out of the club. They're out of the community. And that the reality is, like, we can say whatever we want about Americans and freedom. The reality is, most people's biggest fear is being abandoned by their community, whatever your community is. If you think about it, your biggest fear generally is being abandoned by that community. That's why, like, abuse gets underreported. I could look at, like, Brigham Young University, which was where I grew up. There was an epidemic of abuse, specifically sexual abuse for female students at Brigham Young. And why? Why was there an epidemic? Why were there so many unreported crimes? Because these women, when they would come forward and they would say, hey, I was abused, they got in trouble because they were alone one-on-one with a man, which is forbidden at Brigham Young. And so the school would say, that was bad. We'll let the police be involved, but you're kicked out of school. And now you've lost your community. Same reason in the Mormon church that sexual abuse goes underreported. Because if you're a woman and you're alone with a man, and let's say you just start making out, but then it goes further than when you wanted, your bishop is going to be like, well, you shouldn't have been there. You should not have started that. That was a sin. And that's how sin works. And then you also get in trouble. And then you get publicly shamed. Just like all of you. What happens when anybody disagrees with Donald Trump? Public shaming. Look at Thomas Massey. Anytime anybody disagrees with Donald Trump, he goes on Twitter or Truth Social and he publicly shames them. And then that's hundreds of thousands of MAGA leeches go attack that same person. And you'll see their comment section just absolutely filled with filth from MAGA people. And that knocks people into submission. It sure knocked Ted Cruz into submission. It sure knocked Marco Rubio into submission. It sure knocked Ron DeSantis into submission. Donald Trump has been able to use this bully pulpit to force you guys to operate like a cult. It doesn't hurt us. Like, if Donald Trump criticized me publicly, that would probably be a good thing for me. That'd probably be nice. The MAGA people, they're not going to like me anyways. That'd be a good thing. But when he publicly goes after one of you folks, it's game fucking over. Think of Liz Cheney, Mitt Romney. If I say those names, you guys hate them. Oh, Adam Kinzinger, what a traitor. Liz Cheney, traitor. Mitt Romney, traitor. Why are they traitors? Because they said bad things about Trump. That's it. Because they allowed transparency. That they allowed people to talk about January 6th. That they held a forum for the officers beaten on January 6th to come forward and share their stories. And while those officers sat there and talked about how a mob of angry Trump supporters came up and beat the living fuck out of them, you sat back and you were mad at them. You're mad at them. Why? Because you're in a cult. Because what they were saying made Donald Trump look bad. And that's the ultimate sin with you guys. That's why you're not on board with this election fraud stuff. That's why you're not on board with transparency here. That's why you guys aren't calling for the Epstein files to be released despite Donald Trump telling you that he was going to release them. You're terrified to lose your community. I don't know a single person who has stopped being a Trump supporter, who was a Trump supporter before, that didn't lose a significant part of their community. You know it's true. Every one of you know it's true. Whatever Reddit group, Discord group you come from, you know you're not allowed to do it. You're not allowed to demand that Donald Trump be transparent. So, that being said, today's episode, it didn't have something for everybody, but the last part of this episode, I would just ask that you share. And if you don't want to share my channel specifically, we have the clip. It's in the Discord. You can share this channel. You can share that clip on the Titus podcast with everybody. Once again, I want to thank Danielle for keeping her foot down on the gas here and holding my feet to the fire. I don't know that I would have covered this if Danielle wasn't pushing me to do it. Danielle and I don't even know each other. I don't know if we've ever interacted outside of her sending me this stuff. So I appreciate it. Good on you. W Danielle in the chat. Let me read some comments and then we'll get out of here. There's Danielle right there. Yes, please reach out to the Majority Report. That would be a huge help. Thank you so much for never shutting me down. P.S. Everyone, please share this data and call your reps. Sid Life 365 said, bro, I saw you rant because of the pain you felt for Palestinians. Also, fuck all governments, deep state, bro. Thank you. Marianne said, thanks for the super chat. Lee said, another informative show. Thank you. QH Danny, thank you for the super chat. And 6 cents Amelia as well. Danielle said, thanks so much for covering this. All I want is safe and secure midterms and help pressuring the states to allow full audits. We are running out of time on this. So call your congressman or call if you're in Pennsylvania, add the heat. Jamie said, happy Monday. Great show today. Thank you, Jamie. Susan said, good show. Not great, good. Rhonda said, you're the best. Jen said, for Mac and Sleeve. Thanks for covering this. Oh, that was Mac and Sleeve is your username. Natalie said, Jen's the best. Thanks for all you do. Yeah, I read that from Facts. And Brianna said, random thought, abortion is just giving a soul a different spawn point. I don't really know what that means, if we're being honest. And that one. Let me check Jen's real quick. Let's make sure I didn't miss any Venmos. Christy said, MAGA are cowards. If they were patriots, they would want to see this. They're just in a cult. Alyssa, thank you, with the blue hearts. Jamar said, choo choo. Pink said, 2 nuns are riding their bicycles down a cobblestone road. One nun says, I don't think I've ever come this way before. The other nun says, must be the cobblestones. Dana said, we have this site posted on Facts Discord. Over 1,400 GOP predators charged or convicted of child SA or corn in the last few years. GOPpredators.wordpress.com. You can see it here. It's GOPpredators.wordpress.com. Holy shit. That is an excellent resource there. Holy shit. That shit just keeps going. How many did you say there was? 1,452. Good Lord. Zach, thanks for joining the Dollar Train. I think I got all of them. Jen, did I miss anything?
Yeah, one more super chat that came in from Lisa.
Okay.
Thanks, Danielle. Great episode.
Okay. Yeah, there you go. Let me check one more time and then we'll get out of here. All right, we're good. All right, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow morning and every weekday morning, 9:30 a.m. to 1 Pacific Standard Time, right here, wherever you're watching, either on TikTok, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, or Facebook. Shout out to Sally for being the top gifter on TikTok. Kristen Lee in second with Origami Dragon, Dana Do, and Maui Girl rounding out the top 5. If you could, once this is over, if you want to like or comment on any of our videos, that engagement helps a great deal. Other than that, I'll see you guys tomorrow morning. Take care of yourselves. Stay cute and cool, and have a great, great, great summer.